along 8 months, he identifies with the teachers the following areas of concern, framing the dynamic of teacher identity in Gaza: citizenship and values, relationship with parents, attitudes to continuing professional development, policies, politics and policy, and also student well-being and trauma, and teacher well-being and trauma. At that time, this was not included in my reflections in the identity, in the study or research of the identity of teachers. The fact that teachers and schools in Gaza live in constant turmoil and trauma, bombs exploding in 2018, 2019, 2020. Bombs exploding, children dying, and the need to explain this to the other children and manage the class, the need of mourning. Teachers also died sometimes. In his dissertation, dated 2020, Damien also makes observations about teacher education in a very poor and colonized context. But to our disbelief, everything would get even worse since 2023. In 2024, the United Nations recorded more than 200 Israeli attacks on schools in Gaza, and 80% of university buildings destroyed, 103 academics killed, and 90,000 students no longer able to pursue their studies in the universities. This is what we want to help change with Lines for Palestine. Building trust involves creating the material conditions for reconstruction, conditions for autonomy and identity, and at our level, creating strong networks and collaborations. In this line, we wish to announce that the CIIE Center of Research and Intervention in Education will create a scholarship for emerging researchers from Palestine and African Portuguese-speaking countries to honor our colleague Henrique Vaz. So I conclude thanking all the colleagues from the other universities. Thank you so much. I have a lot to learn with you. And expressing my hope that we can continue with more extensive and committed concrete actions. Thank you.
Good morning. On behalf of Professor Sofia Marques da Silva, I'm here representing the Department of Education Sciences, mainly to greet you all, to welcome you all to this session, hoping that will be a fruitful day of learning for us all. I would like especially to embrace our colleagues from Palestine, from Gaza, from other universities, namely Glasgow, that is also involved in this co-organization, and hoping that this is the beginning of even more beautiful friendship between all our institutions and that gather around problems and situations that deeply concern us all. I would like to just add a few words about the involvement of our Department of Education and Sciences in issues that also commit us all when we think about the situation that people are living in Gaza, in Palestine. In fact, for us at our department, we have a strong concern for what we could call or education in emergency settings and the belief that education may be of utter importance as a first wave response in these kind of situations. So it's something that we are trying to research, trying to include in our teaching, because we feel that education may be one of the strongest ways to deal with these situations in the first moment. Of course, we are also concerned how universities and other educational settings may be involved in international cooperation, and I think that's also something that we should deal during this day. How can we deepen these efforts to find some connections? As Amelia already said, maybe this scholarship is one of them, but we are also able to promote some learning together, some courses together, some learning offers that we can think in between all our institutions, and of course with our friends from Palestine included. But we also deal with some other issues that will be, I think, discussed today. Of course, we deal with anti-racist education, we deal with the colonial aspects of education, and we deal also with the issues of education for peace and education for an intercultural relationship. So, as an education department, as you can figure out, we have a lot of concerns with issues that gather us all in this session, and we hope also to learn a lot from the experience of other institutions and other agents in these fields. Finally, I just would like to thank you all for your contributions for this day, and to stress again that we hope as a department that this is the seed that may promote even more flourishing collaboration in our near future, because it is in fact needed, as my colleagues already stressed out. So thank you to you all.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this event. So, in representation of the Department of Psychology of this faculty, it is an honor to support our association with this event, which brings us together to address a question of extraordinary urgency. What is the role of higher education in supporting education in Gaza during one of the most severe and destabilizing conflicts of our time? This is not merely an academic exercise or initiative. It is a moment that calls on universities to reflect on the scientific knowledge they generate and on the power of that knowledge to fulfill their responsibilities, exert meaningful influence, and contribute decisively to understanding of how conflicts affect communities, social and national identities, intergroup trust, and social cohesion. By doing so, universities can help strengthen the social fabric, promote resilience in the face of threats, maintain social bonds, foster trust, and support the preservation of a positive community cohesion under extreme and prolonged adversity. Around the world, universities serve as supporters of democratic societies. They uphold human rights, foster scientific innovation, and train citizens to think critically about complex global challenges. In times of hate and conflict, when violence escalates, institutions collapse, and boundaries between political and humanitarian crises blur, universities become even more essential. Their research, evidence, and expertise should inform political decisions, guide international action, and offer clarity where public discourse is often overwhelmed by misinformation, propaganda, economic interests, and power relations, as well as common sense knowledge and fear. For this reason, institutions of higher education cannot remain distant or silent. To step aside would be to neglect the ethical and civic obligations that define our mission. Conflicts of higher escalation, such as one in Gaza, demand informed responses, responses grounded in rigorous knowledge, not rhetoric, in scientific evidence, not economic interests or authoritarian power. The academic community must contribute to this understanding, helping societies and policymakers recognize the human, social, and institutional consequences of such violent conflicts. This event highlights fragility yet persistence of education in Gaza. Schools and universities have been disrupted or destroyed, teachers displaced, students traumatized, and yet the pursuit of learning continues. An act of resilience, national identity, social strength, and hope. Supporting this pursuit is not only a humanitarian act, actually it is an investment in the continued development of a society capable of sustaining freedom, democratic values, and social cohesion, laying foundations for a more resilient, stable, and engaged community in the long term. Although our Department of Psychology is not directly involved in these projects presented here today, we are deeply committed to this initiative. The nature of this conflict and the profound impact it has on individuals and communities makes our association not only appropriate but necessary. Psychology, as a discipline centered on human and social well-being, cannot overlook the psychological toll of prolonged insecurity, the erosion of trust, the fragmentation of national identity, or the strain placed on mental health and social cohesion that is occurring in Gaza. We hope this event inspires new collaborations in fields where research in psychology can also make a significant contribution, the mental health effects of chronic conflict, the social construction of resilience, the ways individuals and groups manage persistent threat and uncertainty, and the preservation of positive identities and social bonds under extreme pressure. Ultimately, the role of universities extends far beyond their campuses. By producing knowledge, training informed citizens, and offering scientific insights into the dynamics of conflict, they contribute indirectly or even directly to better governance, more responsible policy choices, and more human political decisions. Today's event is part of the broader mission, ensuring that informed, critical, and scientifically grounded perspectives and projects are already part of and thus shaping the international response to such a crisis in Gaza. Thus, I congratulate the organizing committee for this event. May this event help us deepen our understanding, inspire and strengthen our partnerships, and reaffirm the essential role that higher education must play in times of conflict and uncertainty. Well, thank you and welcome.
Good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure to welcome you all as the Dean of the Faculty. I think this is a very special event and very important event. And the fact that I would say all the faculty is represented here. We have the departments, the two departments. We have the two research centers. And of course, Marta Sampaio and Damien Ross was very important in this, played a very important role. So I thank you all very much for that, for this commitment and for your leadership. And I would like to say that the faculty, as you can see, is, I would say, I think I can say, playing a leading role at the university in terms of calling attention for what is happening. Not only for what is happening, but about what can we do from from Portugal, from Porto, University of Porto, and particularly from the faculty. And this is a very good example of that. We actually, I would say a while ago, I think June or May 24, so 1.5 years ago, we discussed within the faculty, and we decided to release the statement in support of Palestine. And this was actually started a big discussion within the university itself. And of course, there was a lot of support also, I would say, from students who are always very active and very important. And I see not as many as I would like here, but there's a lot of support from many students. And then we actually, this year already, in June, July, I guess, we released the second statement that was, again, supported by all the departments, Scientific Council, the Pedagogic Council, Executive Board. So all the main boards of the faculty supported that statement, and including the Students' Association. So just to let you know that we are very willing and we are very open to support in the ways that we can. I mean, it's very important for us to try to understand how can we be of help for Palestine. And of course, in terms of, I just heard, I didn't know, I want to actually congratulate the Research Center for Research and Intervention in Education, because having the name of our beloved colleague Enrique Vaz associated with the scholarship, it says a lot to all of us. So thank you very much for having that, taking that decision. I think he will be very proud. He is very proud to know that for sure. Let me also say that we also started discussions within the rectory team and the Council of Directors on how we could support Palestine. And right now, I can also tell you that the rector of the University of Porto is, I think I can say this, I'm not sure if it's public yet, but he already said publicly at these meetings that he was interested in also establishing a scholarship to help students in Palestine, to welcome students from Palestine. I'm not sure how this will evolve, but I think it's very important for all of us to keep calling attention and a call for action on that. So again, thank you very much for organizing this. I'm sure we'll learn a lot, and let's keep doing our best to help the way we can. So we are very committed. That's my message, and thank you for all the colleagues also from Glasgow University. Sahar, I'll be very interested in knowing more of what you're having to tell us, and also colleagues from other universities, and particularly for the Islamic University of Gaza, so who I think is not here, but online, so welcome to this meeting. And I'm sure it will be a fantastic day, so thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pedro, and thanks everyone, the psychology side and the education side. I'm going to get emotional lots of times today, so I apologize. It was when I studied here was actually when I got interested in teacher identity. So Amelia, I wasn't expecting you to talk about me like that, but thank you. And through that, I made all of the connections that I have here today. So when I was researching my dissertation into teacher identity in Gaza, but before I even started talking to teachers, I was reading Grazia's work, which Grazia's from University of Glasgow, and she'll be speaking a little bit later. And I felt like we were kindred spirits in the way we were approaching our work, and it led to us working together for around, I think we've been working together since about 2020, 2021, something like that. And that was all as a result of studying here and going in the direction of teacher identity. So thanks, Amelia, for all of that. I'm not going to speak much now because I have a presentation of my own a bit later, but it was really gratifying to hear all the work you're doing and thinking about in relation to Palestine. My own faculty, it was a bit more difficult getting traction. I won't go into any detail there, but as soon as I contacted Amelia, this faculty jumped at the opportunity to work with us, and I'm really, really grateful for all of that. Anyway. So, without further ado, I think we're going to get on with the first session. Is that right? I'm going to introduce Sahar. Couldn't I just go ahead and do that? Yeah? I'll let Sahar come up. So I think the way we'll do this, we have various contributions in this first session. I will introduce Sahar, and then I'll put all of the responsibility on Sahar to introduce all the other people, and I'll disappear for a bit. So I met Sahar around 2 years ago. Maybe we've been working on a different project related to this one, which you're going to find out about now. Sahar has been the soul of our projects working with Palestine. Her role has always been many things, but I think most importantly, connecting directly with the students in Gaza that we work with. And I'll mention that again later, but it's probably the most important part of all of the projects. The personal connection that we have in the background, making sure people are okay, making sure that we know what their needs are, that kind of thing. And Sahar always works tirelessly on that side of things. But there is more to Sahar, as we will find out. Sahar's currently a research associate at the University of Glasgow in the School of Education. She's also been a teacher, both English and Arabic language teacher. And I mean, there are all sorts of things I could mention here, but one of the things to know is that all of the students that you're going to meet from Gaza are following in Sahar's footsteps as well. So Sahar studied in the Islamic University of Gaza and grew up in Gaza City. So she's going to have some very particular insights, not just about being from Gaza, but working with international universities as well. So she's the best person, I think, to make that link. And over to you, Sahar.
Thank you so much,
thanks very
Damien.
much.
Thank you so much for that. Thank you, everyone, for coming here today and for having us to talk about higher education in Gaza, to talk about the collaborations that we've done in the past 10 years, but also specifically in the last 2 years during the genocide. I will not, that was a really humbling introduction, thank you so much. I will not talk a lot about, let's say, the context, but to start with, I would love to, should I click here? I'd love to start with a video to set the scene. This is a video that has been done through a collaboration between University of Birmingham and Islamic University of Gaza. And it's still an ongoing project on disability and siege. This is quite a recent video, was sent by our colleagues in Gaza and our students as well. So we'd like to start with this video, but just a little warning, it has some distressing images. So if you feel uncomfortable, if you'd like to go out, feel free to do that. It's gonna be like around 10 minutes. And then we will be talking about a little bit further about the context and the collaborations. Oh, sorry. Yeah, thanks. Okay, it seems there is no sound.
I think he needs to adjust it from there. Actually, told me not to touch the sound.
Before sharing, we need to choose. Yeah.
From here? Or is it the same? It's same two screens? If we go maybe
Once around.
yeah. There is the volume.
The one on the left.
يبدأ على الساعة 8:30 حتى الساعة 11:30. بس إحنا اليوم لما نتجاوز حتى نقبل بعض من التأثير. بس إن شاء الله بكرة كلنا نكون موجودين في الساعة 8 صباحا حتى نستعد للانتهاء في وحريصين جديد احنا بنكون دليلا لنا طاقه وكنا نضغط حتى نستفيد من المعلومات المعينه.
What are we ultimately looking for when we talk about the voice in storytelling, and what do we think is important?
سيوصل الأمر والخيانات ابقوا معنا للآخر تعالوا.
Okay, internet issues. I think. Maybe. All right. We could.
By someone doing something and
Is the video embedded in the presentation?
Yeah,
That might be.
and it's a YouTube video.
Yeah.
Do you have WhatsApp? Oh no.
Do you have it separately?
We can.
Okay, maybe we can come back to it later then.
Yeah.
Well, it's a shame. I wanted to show the video because it has like the pre-images before the last 2 years of the genocide and then now and the struggles as well. It's all right. Then if we'll try to do it maybe at the end of, we'll try to reopen it at the end of today's moment, the first one. If we go to slide number 3, okay, brilliant. So, okay, I'm not used to talk while I'm sitting down, so I'll try to. So that's Palestine. Let's say after War I and after the Ottoman Empire, the first thing you have the British mandate that we have, and if you have a look at the first map on the left, on your left, you have around almost 6% of Jewish population. And then over the years, this is what happened. So we have, after that, from the Balfour Declaration in 1917, which promised Jewish people a land in Palestine. So the population, and of course the escapism from Nazism in Europe, the population increased up to 33% of Jewish in Palestine, until we have the Nakba happened, which is in 1948, where Zionist militants ethnically cleansed Palestinians from their homes. More than 750,000 Palestinians were displaced, were ethnically cleansed. And then after that, in 67 war, more than 300,000 Palestinians were displaced. So the conflict was not a recent thing. This has been there happening for a century, of trying to ethnically cleanse Palestinians from their land. And you can see how the control has been evolved throughout the years. This is after the Nakba. So many agreements, they were trying to do the 181 partition of the land in the UN. And if we see here in the third one, that's the Oslo Accord realization, where both, there was a recognition to both sides, between Yasser Arafat and Rabin back then, and that was like over 55% of the land given to Israel, and the rest was for Palestinians. But then that was like trials for peace throughout the years, which never actually was accomplished. And you see the last picture on this side here, where you see all the Israeli settlements, invasion, even through after the Oslo Accords, and all the checkpoints between the smaller cities in the West Bank, in that side. So that's like a brief, very brief, maybe major points through, let's say, the history. But when we're sharing the slides, there is plenty of resources underneath in the note section for this slide, so you can have a look, some books and videos as well. Talking about Gaza today, this is like, Gaza is a very small town where I grew up. I was born and grew up there, you can see it's literally just 42 kilometers long, which is, when we were trying to see, like with Giovanna's help yesterday, the distance, it's like less than from Porto to Braga. It's literally very small, and even the wide, it's even smaller. At some points, it's like 6 kilometers wide, 212. It's a very small town. It has 5 constituents. You have North Gaza, Gaza City, where I am from. We have Deir al-Balah and Khan Yunis and Rafah to the south. Now, Gaza, we have 2 main crossing points to the outer world. However, we have siege since 2007. After Hamas being elected in 2006, there was a full siege on land and air and the sea. So we cannot basically go out to the other side, and people from the other side, or anyone from outside the world, they want to come to Gaza. It's very complicated to do that. And you have the 2 crossing points. We have one from Rafah, which is through Egyptian side, so we do not have our own airport since then. And we did have one in the past, but since the siege, we cannot go out. The only way to go out is through Egypt, which is on the south, or through Erez Point, which is through Israel. And to do this, you need permission. And to get the permission, it takes months, and most likely you're being rejected. And this even was before the last 2 years. This was my whole life living there. So when I got the scholarship the first time, so I did the BA at the Islamic University of Gaza, and then I had a scholarship to pursue education in London for the master's. And so yeah, had the scholarship, had offers. We've been all through the IELTS test and all this stress. Everything is working fine. And then what happens, a scenario is like, most likely you will lose the scholarship because you couldn't go out. For me, I waited for almost a month and a half because I didn't, so Kerem Abu Salim, the Rafah crossing point, was completely closed. Nobody goes out. And then the permission there was rejected. And then the British Council kept trying for us as students to get us permission to go out through Israel until almost a month and a half later we took it. So I almost arrived in last week of the term, but made it. Anyway, so that was in 2016, like when I tried to go out. These are the major cities. You probably already heard most of them in the news. If you were following the North Gaza, we have Beit Lahia and Jabalia as two major cities completely wiped out right now. Gaza City, most of it is completely wiped out. We have Nusayrat Bridge and Maghazi, Deir al-Balah. Lots of destruction, I would say. Khan Yunis and Rafah almost completely wiped out right now. So this is Gaza. And the thing that I wanted to say, or I wanted to show maybe throughout the video, although all these distressing moments, the video, it shows like a really bright side as well, where people are still trying to live and enjoy and learn and educate themselves and so on. We'll hopefully try to do that at the end again. But for now...
Sorry, the video is supposed to be working now.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, shall we? Okay, brilliant. Yeah. Yeah.
And we did share the order, right? Okay, so it should be fine.
حتى الساعة الحادية أصل بس إحنا اللي نتجاوز حتى نقبل عبارة عن تأكيد بس إن شاء الله بكرة كلنا نكون موجودين الساعة 8 كلامنا صباحا حتى نستعد منها في كلنا الأشقية وحزين جديد إحنا بنكون دليلنا للمدرسين
What are we ultimately looking for when we talk about the voice in storytelling, and what do we think is important?
يفضل أن أوريكم الآن ابقوا معنا للآخر تعالوا
كشجر الزيتون فهذه الأرض هي أرضنا على هذه الأرض سيدة الأرض ما يستحق الحياة
ما بنسى هذاك اليوم ببداية العدوان ب 2023 كان في قصف قوي، كان في قذائف مدفعية بتنزل على البيوت وعلى الناس. أكتر شيء كان يرعبني بهاي اللحظة إنه قفلت إيد أمي وأضيع بالزحمة بين الناس اللي كانوا عاملين زي موج البحر، كلهم بيجروا، كلهم بيركضوا، كلهم حاملين أمتعة بسيطة ومش عارفين لوين رايحين للمجهول. كنت خايفة إنه أتصاوب من قذيفة مدفعية أو من شظية من صاروخ إسرائيلي ويصير عندي إعاقة تانية غير الإعاقة البصرية. ولما وصلنا للمكان المجهول اللي ما بنعرف فيه عنه شيء، بدأنا ننشئ الخيمة الخاصة فينا اللي كانت عبارة عن بضع قطع من القماش والبلاستيك والنايلون. كان المطر بينزل من البلاستيك، ما كان في عنا أغطية كافية. كنا كل 3 أو 4 أشخاص نتغطى مع بعض. غير هيك أنا كشخص من ذوي الإعاقة البصرية كنت بعاني من عدم الخصوصية، مش متعودة على هذا المكان مثل بيتي. كانت الأشياء جوا الخيمة مكركبة، ما إلي مكان خاص أحط فيه أغراضي، ما بعرف وين أغراضي، دائما بحتاج حدا يساعدني، ما في اعتماد كلي. تخيلوا التعب النفسي والضيق النفسي اللي أنا عايشة فيه حاليا. ما بعرف أي شيء عن مستقبلي لأنه ما في أفق لهذا المستقبل. لحتى الآن وأنا بحكي معكم وأنا سامعة صوت الطيران الحربي وسامعة صوت الكوادكوبتر. صرنا بندور على الأشياء الأساسية، ما بندور على وظيفة وكهرباء. إحنا حاليا بندور على المي، بندور على الأكل. صار هذا أقصى طموحاتنا. ما صرنا بندور ناخد كورس مع دكتورين، ولا صرنا بندور إنه أكمل ماستر ولا دكتوراه. لا، صارت أقصى طموحاتي إنه أنام وما أسمع صوت الزنان ولا صوت الطيران الحربي ولا صوت القصف. أقصى أمنياتي أصحى الصبح ألاقي فيه فطور صحي، ألاقي فيه مي حلوة ممكن أشربها.
عجلة حياتي تغيرت وصارت عبارة عن نوم وأكل ودخول الحمام، وخبر إني ما راح أقدر أسافر، وكم من حياتي المفروض أطلع عليها بعد ما انقلت فيها كان أصعب شيء لأني كنت أعتبرها إنه عائلتي مثل القشة اللي تنقذ الغريق من بحر الحرب. وعندي كانت كثير أهداف وأحلام أتمنى تحقيقها في المستقبل، مثل إني بحلم أسافر على إندونيسيا وهولندا عشان أكتشف هذه البلدان. تغير كل شيء لما بدأت الحرب على غزة. راحت كل طموحاتي وأهدافي وعرفت وقتها المعنى الحقيقي إنك تكون شخص ذوي احتياجات خاصة. تاني أسبوع صار السياح في منطقتنا وفصلنا لمدة 13 يوم. كان أسوأ 13 يوم في حياتي، ما شفنا الشمس كل هذه المدة. طبعا بسبب هذا الشيء ما قدرنا نعمل أكل، كنا بس نشرب مي وناكل تمر أو ليمون لأنه هذا متوفر. كنا في فصل الشتاء فكانت الدنيا كتير برد، وكنا ننام أنا وخالاتي وضرسيدي البلاط بدون وجود غطاء. ظهري انكسر من كتر الألم وكنت أستعمل شنطتي كأنها مخدة. وبالنسبة للحمام أدخل مرة واحدة في اليوم بسبب عدم وجود نظافة ومش للاستخدام الإنساني. بعد ما خلص الحصار أمي حملت الكرسي المتحرك إنه ما قدرنا نحركه في الشوارع. هذه الشوارع الصعبة للناس الأصحاء، كيف بالنسبة لنا؟ عشان هذه المرة حملني ابن خالتي فوق الركام، ولمرات المهدومة وصلت الكهرباء والشهداء. أي شيء معاناتي في النروح لأي مكان وبالأخص مكان الإنترنت منهكة جدا بالنسبة لي، لأني بمشي مسافات طويلة بالعكاز. مثلا إني مشيت ساعة كاملة عشان أقدر أرسلكم قصتي عبر الإنترنت.
هو ما قدرت أنا أعمل هاي الموجودة عندي، إني مش 12 ساعة النت عندي موفر في الليل 3 ساعات. فكنت أعاني معاناة كبيرة في الحر، لا أستطيع على المشي لأنه كله نزوح من مكان إلى مكان. لما نزحنا كمان مسافات بعيدة وكان بالدور، كنت لما أقف ظهري يوجعني كثير لأنه كان الدور طويل خاصة للمياه وما أحد يعني يخليني يمشيني قبله، لأني كمان لما أخذ العلاج أصبح عندي ضيق نفس وأقطع مسافات أنا كاتم عن صدر النفس. في معاناة كمان في الأكل لأنه مقطوع الأكل، كان أصبح عندي سوء في التغذية. وعندما صابت إني صعقت فقدت راحت وأمي وأختي كل شيء في هذه الحياة.
أنا على السلطة عليه عانيت عند الدخول إلى الحمام ذلك بسبب عدم تواجد معي كرسي خاص إلي بالحمام، فكنت أقضي فترات طويلة بدون دخول إلى الحمام، مما سبب لي أمراض والتهابات شديدة عانيت منها لفترات طويلة.
الحرب أعطتنا أي فرصة حتى لنفكر، تركنا كل شيء ورانا. القطع اللي كنت تركت ورايا، فقط الهدنة الأولى اللي صارت في الحرب رجعنا على البيت وهنا صدمة كبيرة، لقيت القطعي ميت مقتول على الأرض. كانت هذه من أصعب اللحظات اللي مرت علي في حياتي، يعني كنت أعتبر فرد من العيلة وضع نفسي صعب، يعني تعمير لمدة سنوات والخراب لمدة سنة واحدة. مسحنا يمكن مرة ومرتين وثلاث وأربعة. وضع كان صعب جدا لا يمكن تصوره أبدا. يعني نحن بنضل أشخاص وشعب بحب الحياة وعندنا الحق، يعني احنا ذوي العقل عندنا الحق مثل باقي ذوي العقل من دول العالم نعيش على الأقل لو بالحد الأدنى. نحن متميزين كفاية إنه نستخدم أقل الإمكانيات المتوفرة لنا حتى نولد طاقة إيجابية ونولد إنجازات وإبداعات نبهر فيها العالم بالرغم من عقدنا وبالرغم من الحصر وبالرغم من كل التحديات.
وآخر شيء حبيت أحكي لكم إياه إنه من نص ساعة بس قبل ما أبلش أسجل لكم كان في قصف على أول حارتنا. الطيران الإسرائيلي قصف بصاروخ F-16 بناية سكنية. هاي البناية بتضم مقيمين ونازحين، يعني فيها ناس كتير. من نص ساعة بس كان في صوت إسعافات وصوت صراخ وصوت ناس بتستنجد. كان في صوت القهر والظلم اللي إحنا عايشين فيه. أخوتي لما راحوا مع الناس اللي ساعدوا بانتشال الضحايا شافوا صبية بأول العشرينات وطفلتها عمرها 3 شهور استشهدوا، وطلعوا بنت عمرها 19 سنة تقريبا أو 20 صار عندها إعاقة لأنه تم بتر رجلها. طبعا هدول الناس اللي عرفنا عنهم، ما بعرف بعدين شو صار. بتعرفوا هالشي شو معناه؟ معناه إنه أنا هلأ بحكي معكم وسامعين صوتي، بس بعد شوي، بس شوي احتمال أكون ذكرى، مجرد ذكرى مثل اللي سبقوني.
So, well, this summarizes Gaza, I would say. Like, in the whole of Palestine, there's complexities. In the West Bank as well. But since we're focusing on Gaza today, and this is not in the last 2 years, this has happened 2008, 2012, 2014, 2021, and that's the latest. It's a larger scale, nothing that, it's completely unprecedented. We haven't witnessed this much of destruction and loss of lives and displacement in our whole life before, but this has been happening all throughout the years. So it's the complexity of between enjoying the family life, enjoying the beach, enjoying the great food there, and enjoying all the sunshine, and living through the struggles and challenges that's been occurring there, including the siege and destruction and likely the genocide. So the question remains, like, what should we do as Palestinians, and what should we do as people from outside who would love to support Palestine, or they're thinking we're helpless or powerless? What can we do through our roles? So maybe that's the main focus today in this event, to talk about the collaborations and to how we can support Palestinian academics, how we can support Palestinian students. So for that reason, I want to introduce my colleagues here, Maria Grazia Imperiali and Giovanna Facetta. We've been together. I started as a student with them back like in 2014, taking some courses with them, and then slowly getting involved in the amazing projects that they've been doing with Gaza since a decade. So I will introduce Maria Grazia Imperiali. She's the Lines and Lines for Palestine Principal Investigator. She's a lecturer in adult education at University of Glasgow, Scotland. Grazia's research interest focuses on language education for adult refugees and migrants, multilingualism and international education. She has conducted research in several contexts, including Palestine, Lebanon, Ethiopia, Ghana, Italy, and Scotland. And we have also Professor Giovanna Facetta. She's a professor at School of Education, University of Glasgow as well. Giovanna's research focuses on inclusion in education of children and young people from refugee backgrounds, and on refugee education more in general. She has led several projects working in Partners in Gaza Strip and other low and middle income countries. So I will give the floor now to them to speak about the collaborations with Islamic University of Gaza. You need to close the camera. There's the X. Nice. Yes.
Sorry about that.
Thank you very much to the organizing committee. It's a pleasure to be here today. Thank you so much. Thank you to all of you who are hosting us, and we are indeed very pleased to come to be here today. Thank you, Damien, for enabling this.
It's going backwards.
Yeah.
Go on. Okay. Yeah.
If I click with the forward one, it
goes backwards.
It goes back.
For some reason.
So maybe we go with the mouse.
Yeah. Well, the problem is the pen comes out.
Oh, it's not.
It doesn't.
Can we use this one, maybe? No, it doesn't.
Sorry about this.
Okay, there.
This one works, right? Yeah.
Well, then this one.
The-
No,
the
it's got
arrow
stuff.
down, arrow down. Yeah, this one.
What do I need to quit?
This one. If we click on this, it should work. I
It's
guess.
going backwards.
Is it? No.
Oh, no, you're right.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay. Sorry about that.
Okay. Let's start again. Now, Giovanna and I were going to take you through very quickly the history of collaboration, because we wanted we thought it would be a good start to think about this as in terms of continuity. So we both work at the University of Glasgow, and projects with Gaza, specifically in Palestine, started back in 2011. And you can see here a timeline of the project that we've been involved in since then. The first one was called Lifelong Learning in Palestine. It was led by our dear colleague, Dr. Keith Hammond, who passed away in April, and to whom we are dedicating all the work that followed. Keith planted the first seed between University of Glasgow, and thanks to his work, for us at Glasgow, collaborating with Gaza has been completely normalized. There was not even a question, say, whether can we collaborate with Gaza. We're already doing it. So it was thanks to him. Not only that, but with his first project, now something that may be obvious right now, but I don't think that it was like that like 15 years ago. He set the tone and the ethos of all the projects that followed. In one of his publications, he writes explicitly, transformation is the focus of lifelong learning in Palestine, but transformation can only be made by Palestinians. Lifelong learning in Palestine will not provide European ideas about the possibility for their reinvention according to Palestinian culture. This is to say that at every twist and turn, the indigenous voice will be determined by Palestinian learners. The aim is of providing a European input will be to create conditions where the Palestinian voice comes through and joins the global discourse on the best sort of future for a human and productive life. For us, that was the ethos that then followed through all our projects and partnerships. Joanna and I got involved in the Researching Multilingually at Borders project that was led by our colleague, Professor Alison Phipps, who is UNESCO Chair in Refugee Integration through Languages and the Arts at the University of Glasgow. As part of this multi-million, multi-sided project, we had two strands. The first one was my PhD that Damien mentioned, thank you for mentioning the thesis, in which I was looking at English, pre-service English teachers and working collaboratively to develop contextualized approaches to English language education. And alongside that, we started working with other colleagues on training teachers of Arabic to speakers of other languages. During that training that we did together with colleagues that should be mentioned, Katja Frimberger and Maria Mattia, we developed a short training course that was more workshop styles. During one of our workshops, some students showed us, as part of which pedagogical approaches could we use with students, they showed us a video and said, like, we want to use this video.
We hope that this works.
That was in 2015.
لم يكن حلما تسلق السنوات تنفسه المكان والجسر ليبقى معي جاءني تعبا لا لم يكن حلما صار صمتا رغم كل الأغاني رغم دعاء جدتي في الصباح كل صباح كيف سنمضي الآن يا قدري كم سيطول أفق وقل لي سيدتي كيف لي أن أتركها.
The video was recorded as part of the Human Rights Film Festival in 2015, and I think that the questions that the students asked at that point really give an example of what the partnerships have been like. So they were supposed to do this and to discuss this with their peers. How can we use this video to teach Arabic in a way that is contextualized? But what they did instead, they turned to us, the trainers, and they told us, we want to ask a question to the trainers. I'm like, okay. First question is, what do you think about the video? And the second question is, would you walk on the red carpet?
So we invite you to think about whether you would walk on the red carpet. We all replied in different ways. In 2017, we started a new project, which I led, called Online Palestinian Arabic Course. It was after the 2014 destruction that you see the results of which you saw in the video. And the aim of the project was to offer opportunities for online working to teachers of Arabic in the Gaza Strip. And we did this by designing jointly between Gaza and Glasgow an online Arabic course for beginners that they could use from Gaza to teach paying students around the world. In 2020, we collaborated on the large Culture for Sustainable and Inclusive Peace, CUSP, Network Plus, which was led again by our colleague, Professor Alison Phipps, and the project aimed to enhance cultural and institutional capabilities for conflict transformation. And there were several partners, including the Islamic University of Gaza, where we focused on gender-based violence and conflict transformation through storytelling, which included collaboration with Dr. Rifat Al-Arir, that was killed in 2023, I think, at the start of the war. In 2022, again, we collaborated between us at the University of Glasgow in the School of Education and our colleagues at the Islamic University of Gaza in a project called Welcoming Languages, which I led. And the idea was to include Arabic as a refugee language, in inverted commas, in Scottish primary schools. And to do that, we wanted to develop an Arabic language course specifically aimed at the needs of school staff in Scottish schools. So we collected the needs of school staff. Our colleagues in Gaza designed and developed this wonderful Arabic language course, which was specifically for these needs. And then they taught people, staff in 4 Scottish schools with high numbers of Arabic-speaking pupils and families. And one of the things that one of the head teachers said at that time was, that was part of the project, he was learning Arabic. He had a teacher in Gaza teaching him Arabic. And he said that he enjoyed particularly learning about Gaza. Usually what we hear is about violence. But El, who's his Arabic teacher, showed pictures that showed Gaza as a different place, a Mediterranean country with lovely food. And this picture here is of our colleagues, some of our colleagues. So Dr. Nazmi Al-Masri, who you will see this afternoon, is the person who's present in all these projects. And we've been collaborating with him since forever, since Keith started, actually. And 2 of the teachers that actually were able to come to Glasgow and meet the people that I had been teaching online, the Scottish staff that they had been teaching online in person. In 2023, we were working on expanding the Welcoming Languages project to Edinburgh schools.
Okay, so now, done other collaborations, but before we talk about what we've done in the past 2 years in supporting Palestinians, students at the time of genocide, we would love to introduce Amani al-Maqadma. I hope she's with us now online. So,
Yes.
yes, hi Amani. So Amani Ahmad is a Cara Fellow and a PhD candidate at Edinburgh University Business School. She's working as a head of international relations at the Islamic University of Gaza. She's also a member of the EU Higher Education Reform Experts Network Palestine since July 2023. Within her mandate at IUG, Amani has managed and coordinated several international partnership projects with EU and UK university, including students exchange projects, women empowerment and employability, as well as building the research capacities of Palestinian higher education institutions for gender equality, peace building, as well as business research. Amani will talk a little bit more about the context in the past 2 years within her previous expertise, as well as the report that she's done with SUS. So yeah, up to you, Amani. Thanks for joining us today.
Thank you so much, Sahar. Good evening and good afternoon and good morning, everyone. Thanks for having me. It's a privilege to be here with you online and with my friends, colleagues, and a lot of people whom I know. Committed and those people who are committed to reflection and meaningful dialogue and supporting higher education in Palestine, in Gaza Strip. Actually, Alliance for Palestine is a very, very interesting project and very timely in a time that most of the world was silenced and didn't do anything. There was our colleagues and our friend who initiated support and collaboration with their own time, despite everything that they have on their own plates. So thank you so much, and I'm grateful for this opportunity. And I'm going to present a report, finding from a report that have been published back in October 2024. I don't know if I can share the screen, or are you going to share the presentation? Okay, thank you. So the title of the report was Resilience in the Rubble and Needs Assessment of Higher Education in the Gaza Strip. The content of this presentation was taken from the report, which is I told you about, and this is a co-authored by me and my colleagues at Swisspeace, Roland, Dimitri, and Martina. Martina, I forgot the name. Sorry. Yeah. Next, please. So the report will cover 2 points, which is higher education in Palestine situation and challenges, and then the interventions and ways to support. Next, please. So just to give you background information about higher education sector in the Gaza Strip, in 2023, there was and there is still, let's say, 17 higher education institutions, and the students back in 2023 was around 6,000 students. Whereas we have around 5,000 staff members working at those 17 higher education institutions. Those institutions were offering programs at different levels: PhD, master's, bachelor, diploma, and higher diploma. All of these institutions are registered and accredited by the Ministry of Higher Education in Palestine in Ramallah, and they are working in a coordination with the ministry. These organizations, or let's say institutions, are fully funded by the student fees to cover their operational costs. Only we have, with the exception for two, one of them is a university, Al-Aqsa University, which is the only governmental university in the Gaza Strip. Next, please. So what was the war impact on higher education sector? Based on the analysis and the needs assessment and the questionnaire that we sent to all higher education institutions, 17 higher education institutions have been destroyed, and most of them have been totally destroyed. Labs and libraries have all been burned. Around the estimated reconstruction cost is around $300 million. And just to give you like a hint with this number, this is, yes, it looks huge, but actually it's not really huge. The annual budget of big universities worldwide is around 900 million to 1 billion. So it's not really a big number when we are speaking about higher education sector in the Gaza Strip. Around 88,000 students have lost one academic year, and more than 1,000 have been killed. Staff members have been not being paid for around 15 months. And more than 200 professors have been killed, and more than 1,000 have been arrested. All the staff and the students, as well as the people in the Gaza Strip, are traumatized, and they are displaced inside, most of them inside Gaza Strip and also outside Gaza Strip. One of the losses of our academic staff member is Professor Sufyan Tayeh. He was the Islamic University of Gaza president, and he was one of the top 2% scientists in worldwide in physics. Next, please. So what was the response of higher education institutions to this crisis? Well, it was really beyond imagination how the universities in the Gaza Strip resumed operation after all of this deliberate destruction and targeting of everything, not only buildings, but also human resources, as well as a very meaning of education, which is the student. Universities managed to restore their servers and databases online. And then the Ministry of Higher Education announced the resumption of educational process in the Gaza Strip on 2024, and this was through online education system. Since of April to 2024, universities in the Gaza Strip have constituted their own emergencies committees, and within these, after operation and after starting operating these emergency committees, as of May, universities in the Gaza Strip announced the resumption of educational activity through distance learning tools and online learning platforms. Universities finished teaching for 2 semesters at the time of this report, with a percentage of 70% attended the classes, which is very excellent percent comparing to the situation of the people. And also, I would say that as an update to this, also they finished 2 years now. They finished the 2 academic years, and the attendance rate was around 70 to 80% among all universities in the Gaza Strip. Universities want to continue teaching and want to help from the globe because they can't. Next, please. Just before how you can help, it's just important to mention what is really how the online education process is look like in the Gaza Strip. The online education is basically depending on the platforms, WhatsApp groups, and online education tools. Nothing on face to face, because of the total destruction of premises, the university premises. So just to understand the complexities of the online education, the curriculum, we have 2 types of disciplines. Some of them can be theoretical, and the other part is applied sciences, which is engineering, health, medicine, nursing, and some science. All of these are really depending on labs operation and really needs internships and require equipment to train the students. So for the undergraduate curriculum, we have the theoretical courses, which is already and successfully delivered through online education. And then we have the second part, which is the applied courses and which require labs, which is not there. And also a third part is the internship and placement in industry or universities or maybe factories, hospitals, and all of these things, which is also not really in its exact meaning. We couldn't know in its exact meaning because in war situation scarcity was taken. Our students who were, for example, our students at the medical school who were only finishing their third year, they volunteered at different hospitals to cover the scarcity of scarcity of staff who can and doctors who can provide us health services and medical services to the people, injured people, and also from war. But I would say that the number of victims was really overwhelming, even with this number of volunteers. And so this is for the undergraduate. For the postgraduate students, we have the theoretical part. We have also the need for research and supervision, and also there is a need. There are needs for accessing resources and also libraries. All of these is just showing you how the education process during war is really complex because of only that we can cover is the online part, which is the theoretical part. Next, please. So based on this understanding, what really needed and how you can contribute. Next, please. So we have classified the needs and the interventions into 3 levels. There are the immediate interventions, and also we have the intermediate and then the long-term interventions. For the immediate interventions, we classified them into 4 types. One, partnerships for education and research. And the importance of this is really beyond knowledge production. It's more about supporting the academic process in Gaza and supporting the academics themselves to feel that they are connected and they are not isolated, they are not left alone. So we need joint research, staff exchange, whether it is physical or virtual, co-supervision with home universities and professors, volunteer teaching, all of these through the first part, which is partnership for education and research. Second part is sharing resources. As I have mentioned, it's totally entire destruction of everything. So there is a need to have a creation of virtual labs, access to libraries and online subscriptions, give access to research originality program like Turnitin. Third point is a scholarship, and scholarship here is not only offering a scholarship outside Gaza Strip, but also offering scholarships inside Gaza Strip to cover the student fees, because universities are, again, depending on the student fees to cover their operational costs, which is paying their staff their salaries. So without tuition fees, staff really will not be paid. And the situation in Gaza is really overwhelming for the students to cover their own fees. So we are here in a dilemma that the students cannot pay and the staff need salaries because to continue and to work, even though they worked at I think for 15 months they work voluntary and nothing, they get nothing pay, they were getting nothing from universities, but this can't be continue like this. And finally is the support for online education process infrastructure, which is sustaining the cloud archiving of higher education data. And there is a need to establish educational tent, but it's here not a tent with its meaning. I would speak about, for example, the temporary space for learning to provide access to electricity, internet, and laptops for students and the staff, because mobility inside Gaza Strip after the huge destruction of the infrastructure is not really a possibility. And it really costs a lot of money for people who are left without income for for 2 years. Next, please. Intermediate interventions is there are needs for programs for psychosocial support for staff and the students. And also there is a need to create a national repository on a cloud that contains all higher education institutions' data so that we are not losing our generation data. Next, please. The last, which is the long-term intervention and needs political agreement, is the reconstruction of the partially and completely destroyed buildings and labs of the Palestinian higher education institutions. By this, and how you can support is to, next please, is to start thinking of, next please. Yeah. Yes. So what we are thinking is that we need a coordination mechanism to support the academics and institutions in Gaza, because the destruction is really tackled. All universities have been or went through overall destruction, and they all need support from different organizations, and the needs are really overwhelming to be like covered by single project or 10 projects. It really needs a huge coordination between different organizations and universities that are willing to support higher education in the Gaza Strip. And this is a proposed coordination mechanism. As such, support initiative from universities, organization, network, individuals, and others. They can work together, or they can directly engage with universities in the Gaza Strip. And this means that we need like a consortium in the Gaza Strip so that they can direct and distribute the support for different universities, whether it is for the faculty support, the student support, infrastructure, or other points that needs to be covered by different points. And yeah, thank you. I think by this I'm finishing my presentation, and I hope at the end of the day we will have new ideas of how you can contribute to support higher education in the Gaza Strip. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Amani, for the comprehensive report. We're wondering if you could stay for the Q&A in like almost half an hour.
Yes, no problem. Yes, no worries.
That would be brilliant. Thank you so much for the comprehensive and amazing work, Amani, as you always do. Amani is like an amazing human being. Like I've met you maybe, I don't know, 15 years ago, I think. And back then you were still working as a head of international and external relations at the IOG, and like back then I was like taking my scholarship application. I still remember that day. I was like, I don't think I should apply. She's like, why not? It's like you're always doing empowering since back in the days, the first day I met you, Amani. Thank you so much for this and for joining us today.
Thank you, Sahar. I didn't forget my birthday gift back in 2019, the first and the only visit to London. Thank you.
No worries. All right. So moving on from Amani's work, now we have the contextualized idea of what's going on, how we can support as well. Since 2 years ago, I had a message from Grazia saying like, we have this project idea and we're not sure it's gonna work, but we're gonna try. And so since almost January 2023, just a few months after the genocide started, we had a small funding from the British Council to do Lines for Palestine project. So the project team, we have Maria Grazia as the lead, and Giovanna Facetta and Damien co-lead. I worked on this project, Lines for Palestine and Lines to the Future, as a coordinator. And we had partners from Gaza, Hope Hub, which is like a cafe sort of facility that was established during the genocide to offer places for students to work, and freelancers as well. So there were two main places in the south of Gaza, offering laptops, offering internet and facility for anyone who would like to continue working. It was supported by the British Council, and the first project almost ended with the report in March 2025. So how Lines for Palestine emerged, as already we've been discussing the collaboration since 10 years ago. So it's based on the long and lasting and trusting relationships between our colleagues in the University of Glasgow and our colleagues in Gaza. And what they did is they asked for the insights and priorities for the projects around that time. And the response came saying that the humanitarian programs do not provide academic support or capacity building or teacher development, because they become as a second priority at that huge destruction. So the idea of the project came, and we aim to re-establish connections and fostering collaborations. We aim to enhance capacity building for English and education graduates and ELT teachers. For the activities, so what we've done, it was done through 4 phases. The first thing we did, we set up needs assessment, and what we did, we sent to the students forms to see what they are interested in, what kind of support they would like to have, and based on what came from their responses, we did workshop series. Most of the responses were we needed support with scholarship applications, we needed support with how to write research proposal, improving CVs, and so on. So this is what we built, the workshop series that we will see in a bit as well. And then we also offered one-to-one mentoring between students and UK academics who volunteered their time to up almost to 6 hours, but usually they stayed for more with students to support them. In phase 3, we did there was a creation of a digital anthology online resource. We will share a QR code, which is all the materials that we've done through Lines for Palestine, one, and then stage 4 is the dissemination through the multivocal report and conferences. The participants we have in the UK, at that moment, we only started through University of Glasgow School of Education. And when they sent the email, there was a quick and amazing response of over 40 people just in the School of Education interested being involved to volunteer their time to support students in Gaza. And to our surprise, when we did an initial forum to see if students in Gaza are interested to take courses and workshops at that time, being displaced and losing everything, what we were surprised is to see we had over 200 Palestinian students registered to be involved in this project, and 80% of them were from Gaza. Back then I remember we were maybe we did send the form through our colleagues in different universities in the West Bank and in Gaza, and our colleagues shared it with their students. So I think the expectations were maybe we will have more from the West Bank, but then 80% were still students from Gaza joining us.
And in Gaza.
And in Gaza, yeah. Some of them, they were displaced in Egypt, but most of them, they were in all parts of Gaza, north, south, and middle. So the start, the hesitating start. So that's Grazia's, let's say, message. We were all hesitating. Is that the right time? You're reading news every single day. You're seeing every single day there's people losing their lives, their homes, they're being displaced, and they cannot even find the essential necessities every single day and all the struggles. So we were thinking, is that the right time just to give courses and workshops for students? Are they actually really capable of doing that? And to our surprise, our students came back, they were like, when is the project starting? So it was like our hesitating, but they were like pushing us, like, and this is how it started. We've done 11 workshops, and you can see it here. The first 5, it was more generic, research related, developing research proposal, research questions, CVs, applying for scholarships, and so on, and academic publishing. And then the other half of lectures or workshops, they were more focused for ELT English graduate students. So you have, as you can see, how you can, teachers as researchers, using AI in teaching, and so on and so forth. You can see it here. This is a picture from Hope Hub of students who went there to attend these workshops. But given in mind there was no safe space in Gaza, even though Hope Hub, they were locating in places where there is, let's say, no evacuation orders or like considered to be safe. But given that there was no safe space in Gaza, we had it on Zoom and we had it recorded as well, so anyone can watch it anytime from anywhere. The mentoring part of the project, we have 17 mentees registered for that, and we promised up to 6 hours, but our colleagues in School of Education, they were very, very generous with their time, and they continued with students. It was jointly decided between the students and the academics. So the students, they saying like, I needed help with scholarship education or scholarship applications. I needed help with publishing this article. I needed help with, having this research proposal done for this university, and so on. So the mentors worked together to help them or support them through the process in that. There was a lot of flexibility, and as you can imagine, the communication was not the easiest at the time, was very hard. Most of the students were displaced, and during the project, they were even displaced more than once. Some of them, they were like 5, 6 times moving from different places, and there's loss of contact in between. And it was difficult in both sides. From students' sides, they were like, because I was the coordinator, I was like checking up as well. So they were like, oh, I actually really feel embarrassed now coming back after weeks of no contact with my supervisor. So that was one part of it. They've been going through all these, devastating events, but all at the same time feeling like, oh, I didn't do what the supervisor asked me to do. I don't know if I should contact him or her again. And that was like the mediating point. I was like, no, just do it. And then there was a massive support from the academics and flexibility with their times. Like, they were very open to receive communication whenever the students can. We tried to provide eSIMs. We thought it might make it better and to provide internet, but then there was so many issues with eSIMs. We have students with phones that are incompatible, so the eSIM doesn't work there, basically. And some areas in Gaza with some eSIMs weren't working, so we kind of try and error all the time, like, oh, try this eSIM, doesn't work, that's better, and so on. The eSIM would work on networks from either Egypt or Israel, so it depends on which area of Gaza you are in. The eSIM effectiveness would be better or not. But it wasn't like maybe the best thing, but we did try it. The main communication was through WhatsApp, and it was done individual. We tried with groups at the beginning, but the group thing did not work at that time in this project, as the emotional toll on students was already like everyone was his own world already, and so the individual communication worked a little bit better to reach out of care. And the WhatsApp was the only, not the only, we tried the email as well, but the email, it takes time to download the files and stuff, and not all the time to upload the email. It needs like a big bandwidth, which is not there anymore in Gaza. So the WhatsApp was the best communication thing. We've got 5 students secured scholarships at the end of this, at least 3 more secured unconditional offers through the support of our colleagues. And it was extremely impactful and challenging, as we heard from students and mentors as well. At the end of it, we organized a mini conference with BAL, which is British Association of Applied Linguistics, and we focused on language and education research and teaching. So we had students from Gaza talking about one of them there shared about their experiences in teaching in tents. One of them talked about speaking activities they're using with their students and so on. And we have 3 students, postgraduate students from Glasgow University as well. They maybe the most cheerful comment that we had at the end of that day was it was a joyful event, which we're happy to hear it. So Lines for Palestine was a 2-way learning opportunity, and the project benefited us all. That was the main kind of feedback that we had from mentors and students, and everyone learned something through that project. Here you can find the multivocal report. It's a report that we've done at the end with students, mentors, everyone was involved basically in the project. You can download it from the QR code. And then on the left or right-hand side, you find the resource of the workshops. It was like more sort of like a Moodle course based on the workshops that we've done. Yeah, and now over to my colleagues again to talk more about other projects. Thanks.
So building on the Lines for Palestine experience, we've created this network, this, kind of group of people that we knew we could go to, and we found that contrary to our expectations, every time we tried to push a door, the door would open, and there would be people interested in helping in any way possible. So we were able to get some funding, internal funding from the university, to do the Education in Conflict project, which built on the experiences and the networks established during the Lines for Palestine project. The objectives, the aim was to produce capacity building in the Islamic University of Gaza. So at this point, the institution started working again, and our colleague were able to get back in touch and work with us to shape the project. And the objectives were to investigate the emergency educational measures that have been adopted by IUG, the Islamic University of Gaza, to mitigate the major challenges posed by the conflict and resume educational activities, to examine the effectiveness of these emergency educational measures implemented by IUG, and to synthesize the findings to identify measures that can help to support other institutions in situations of protracted crisis. And here you see the international partners, and again you see the name of Professor Al-Masri, and you'll be able to meet him this afternoon. And Dr. Tahani Al-Dakhdu, always struggle with pronouncing the surname properly. And again, it was obviously the same people. Sahar was with us, working with us, and Grazia, and led the project, and with me as co-I. So just as a quick overview of the activities that we did in this other project, we were able to start, and is still continuing, the supervision of IUG master's students who are doing their dissertation and who couldn't continue their dissertation with academics in Gaza because the academics couldn't work, or because the academics, and in one occasion, had been killed. And so staff in the School of Education at the University of Glasgow are supervising the students that are master students at the Islamic University of Gaza. We were able to offer also training in qualitative methodologies for a group of IUG postgraduate students. We were able to offer the students as an institution, as the University of Glasgow, offer them English language tests that were essential for the students to graduate and also to be able to move on to apply for scholarships. What is missing from here that I forgot to put in the slide was that we were also able to provide the students with access to the library, to our library and our online services by enrolling the Gaza students into a lifelong learning course. And then we carried out data collection with the students that were trained, and the peer researchers were able to carry out a project with undergraduate students. And also we had a project that looked at senior management that was carried out by our colleague Tahani that you'll be hearing in a minute. And we also collaboratively analyzed the data and wrote up the findings. So now you'll hear from Dr. Tahani Al-Dadouh, who is a Palestinian-Finnish postdoctoral research fellow at the Tampere Institute of Advanced Study. And she worked as part of this project, of the Education in Conflict project, alongside Professor Nazmi Al-Masri to investigate institutional resilience during genocide, interviewing academic staff and management. And she'll be talking to us about the findings of the work that she did with Nazmi on how higher education is resuming, or was trying to resume, education in the situation that, back in, was it 2024? So Tahani, thank you for being with us. We are all wanting to hear now what you found for during your project. So if you want to let us know, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you all. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Could you please share the slides? Yeah. Okay, good. Hello, and thank you everyone for this important event and for the support for Gaza and Gaza's higher education. It is an honor to present today the findings of our joint research on Palestinian academic institutional resilience, a case study of the Islamic University of Gaza. Next slide, please. Okay, I would continue from where my colleague stops, and especially from where Amani introduced the situation of higher education in Gaza, and in particular at Islamic University of Gaza, and how the measures they took to continue the education amid the conflict. But now the question is, the next slide please, is how Gaza's higher education continue despite the genocidal war. I have been personally asked this question much even that how they managed to continue. And that was the focus of the study today, and to guide our study, we have been referred to the organizational resilience literature, which defines resilience as the organizational ability to anticipate potential risk, respond effectively, and adapt to evolving conditions to achieve long-term sustainability. And we adopted Dushek model, which assumes that resilience evolves over time, through 3 phases of anticipation, coping, and adaptation. Next slide. What we did is that we focused on the IUG Islamic University of Gaza as a single case study. We got ethical approval from the University of Glasgow, and we conducted online semi-structured interview with 8 key informants from IUG's senior management. Data were analyzed using deductive, inductive, thematic analysis, and based on the 3 phases: anticipation, coping, and adaptation. What we found from the anticipation phase is that, next slide, please. In the context of genocide, anticipation had limited relevance. Despite the previous experiences of wars in Gaza, the intense scale of genocide made existing preparedness plans largely ineffective. But in the coping phase, we found that IUG has passed through two phases. The first phase of paralysis means when everything was stopped. Start from the beginning of the war until March 2024. And then the second phase of shock absorbing, which started from April 2024, when the IUG took the decision to continue teaching and learning until the time of data collection. Next slide. In the paralysis phase, there were much uncertainty, there were continuous displacement, bombing, killing, destruction, all communication channels were cut, and even direct calls, internet connection were all disturbed. And Israel killed professors, academics, including the IUG president, and arrested many others, and also was spreading anti-university propaganda that Gaza's higher education no longer existed. In the second phase of shock absorbing, when university found that the war would be long and there must organizing effort towards resuming teaching and learning, Amani has introduced some of practical actions, concrete and tangible actions of how IUG continued. But now in our presentation, we are more focused into the underlying mechanisms, underlying strategies were behind these practical actions. 3 main mechanisms were found from the data: decentralization, externalization, and randomness. Decentralization refers to the shift from hierarchical-driven mode of operation to emphasize more greater autonomy, flexibility, and decentralized decision-making. That decentralization were presented by several things. For example, establishing of emergency committee, delegation of tasks, work circulation, and recruiting of volunteers. Externalization refers to relying not only onto the internal capacities, but also shifting the focus more towards activation and expansion of relationships beyond the IUG's physical and institutional boundaries. 3 main sub-themes emerged that like engagement with the international communities, for example, the continuous collaboration with Glasgow University, Porto University, and coordination with local actors, like collaboration with other universities in Gaza and West Bank, and the coordination with IUG representative office in Turkey. And the last one is randomness, which refers to unpredictable events and unplanned factors that unexpectedly buffered the university against complete collapse. For example, university prior experience with online education during the COVID pandemic helped us to continue the online teaching during the war. And also it was happened that small number of IUG faculty and administrators to be outside Gaza at the time of war. And data backup being saved by some staff members informally, which also helped the university to rerun servers again. Now, in the adaptation phase, what happens next, what lessons learned by the IUG, and not only by IUG, but also by other universities in Palestine and worldwide. There is still ongoing debate and tension, or maybe balance between whether to continue with externalization or or more focus on internal issues. For example, focusing more on developing self-sufficient systems, or for example, keeping data outside Palestine and keeping the focusing more on international partnership. And also tension between decentralization, keeping the work, flexibility in work and work freedom, and or more into centralization and hierarchical modes. And third thing is about tension between digitalization, focusing more on digital labs, online teaching and learning, virtual fellowship, or going back to face-to-face working modes. These findings will be published next spring in a special issue by Studies in Higher Education, if you are interested to learn more about this finding. But this is not all the story. Please, next. Our findings also found that, or emphasize the role of social resources. And we found that in extreme context, social resources are alone not insufficient to sustain the continuation of IUG. And what we found is that there are primary force underlies these actions we found, or these mechanisms, which are based on the societal values, including Samud, which is Palestinian national concept, and the shared sense of belonging, responsibility, which all collectively sustain organizational persistence and purpose, and also identity. And we will dedicate, to discuss these findings in another separated study. In conclusion, the study showed that the IUG resilience is fundamentally time-bounded and contingent on the continued presence of employees' national and international support. And if these efforts be systematically eliminated through preventing support or employees killing, displacement, relocation, starvation, then I think there would be no organizational framework or processes would remain to sustain resilience. And without international interventions, the academic resilience we describe risks becoming the boiling frog paradox, endurance until it is too late to save anything of value. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tahani, and like Amani, please stay a little bit longer so that if anyone has any questions or comments, we can hear from you a little bit more. But we wanted to also give a little bit of time to our peer researchers who were trained as part of the Education in Conflict project to do qualitative research and use qualitative methodologies, and who collected the feedback from students on being students at the time of genocide. And I know that I saw that one of the students was present before. I don't know, we've got here, we should have here, both Maisa Mahdi, Mohammed Abu Shamala, and Reem Abu Razek, who are the three students who work together. I don't know how many we have. I can't see who we have online. Let me just have a look. Maybe just to stop sharing for a moment. Is Maisa, Mohammed, and Reem, are you there?
Yes, hello everyone. Thank you.
Yes.
We are Maisa Madi and our team Muhammad Abu Shammala and Reem Abu Rizq. We thank you very much, and we want to present our research. Could you share
Shall I share the screen? Yeah.
Yes.
I'll go back to sharing. Floor is yours.
Thank you. Our research entitled E-Learning in Sustaining Education, Perceptions of Palestinian University Students During the 2023 War on Gaza, which is a part of Education in Conflict project between University of Glasgow and the Islamic University of Gaza. But let me thank Dr. Grazia Imperiali and Dr. Giovanna Facetta and Dr. Sahar Shobaki and Professor Nazmi Al-Masri for their great efforts in this project. Next slide, please.
1 second.
1 second, this is misbehaving again. Let's see. Oh, there you go. Yeah. Okay. There you go.
Yes. So the ECA project guided us in our research journey. It was the light in the dark of genocide, giving us hope and motivation to continue our research journey, and it expanded our experiences to broader perspectives and broader images of research. And we also support each other as a team by sharing work experiences and ideas. Next slide, please. So back to our research, it aims to investigate the perceptions of Palestinian university students regarding e-learning in sustaining their education during the 2023 war on Gaza. And it explores the challenges, opportunities, and coping strategies students faced during their education in the context of war. Next slide, please. We used the qualitative research design. We conducted 6 interviews with 6 Palestinian university students who lived and experienced the genocide and sustained their education through e-learning in such context. Our study conducted in the time from March to July 2025. And we use thematic analysis to analyze the data. Next slide. Our findings revealed 4 main themes. The first theme showed the first theme, which is the perceived impact of e-learning in sustaining education. Students showed the effectiveness and usefulness and positive perception of e-tools in using them to continue their education in crisis situations and to develop their independent learning skills. The second theme, opportunities. E-learning opened doors for more access to global communities and resources and increase digital learning skills. The third theme was challenges. Because of the context of war and displacement, students faced many challenges. For example, internet disconnection and electricity and accessibility obstacles in general. There are psychological, emotional, and academic challenges due to the context of war and frequent displacement. The fourth theme is key coping strategies. Students use many strategies to overcome the challenges of e-learning during the war. For example, to adapt the technological challenges, they used mobile data and recorded lectures, and the psychological support from teachers, families, and peers was very important in this context. Also, the institutional support and the flexibility in universities played a crucial role in this regard. Next slide, please. So, and we have 3 conclusions of our study. The first one, the study underscores e-learning as an educational lifeline in spite of hard circumstances, because it was the only way for students to sustain their education. The second conclusion was that in spite of obstacles of war and displacement, students utilized various e-tools which reflects their high determination and resilience to challenge the challenges and to effectively benefit these tools. The third conclusion is that shows in this context, e-learning was a resistance power to fight against genocide. For example, by writing and publishing articles and stories about war crimes in all over the world. Next, please. And we have 2 recommendations. The first one, based on our findings, our study recommends for more international and local support from institutions and universities to help students coping with the challenges by training them how to use e-tools as a means of resistance and how to fight against ecocide and genocide through e-learning. The second suggestion is to open doors for the Palestinian students to more international partnership and global resources by building the capacity of a student, like this project, Lines for Palestine, between the Islamic University of Gaza and the University of Glasgow. Thank you for listening. For questions, my colleague Muhammad and Reed.
Thank you very much, Maisa, Mohammed and Reem, for this presentation. Thanks for taking the time to prepare the slides, to be here and present, and above all, to conduct the research in Gaza at such a difficult times and unbelievable challenges that we know you have been through. And nevertheless, you managed to produce a piece of research with rigorous methodology and findings and even a recommendation for us. Thank you so much for you. If you manage to stay on a little bit longer, we'll have a short Q&A session at the very end. We are nearly done. Just 5 more minutes and we'll get to the Q&As. And now the trick. Okay. As you can see, so we started Lines for Palestine 1, teaching support. We moved on to education in conflict, which has also a research strand. And as we were doing all these activities, more people were first hearing about the projects and asking us, how can we be involved? We want to do something. What can we do? And on the other hand, from Gaza, we were keeping on receiving more messages and more requests, say like, oh, can we do this? What do you think? Would you be able to find some volunteers to cover this? And I received a message like this just yesterday and was added to a WhatsApp group, say, so this is WhatsApp group with a new member of staff in Gaza for future activities. So, with this spirit, we built Lines for Palestine 2 and expansions, and now all the projects that follow are classified as Lines for Palestine 2. You see here, we expanded the network of partners. We have been working since basically the summer after the launch of the report, so since May, 2025, in these 6 months, which feel like 2 years, but we have been working with partners in Italy, in Malta, at the University of Otago in New Zealand, Finland, many other partners in the UK, and so on. We have conducted different projects. So the idea for Lines for Palestine 2 was to also try to open up to new disciplines, psychology, social work, medicine, and others that our colleagues in Gaza were asking about, because our focus so far had been on English language education and education more broadly. And that's what we tried to do. However, it's important to mention that while Lines for Palestine 1 was almost an improvised project with less structure around it, it was more, you know, we want to do something now, what do we do? And that's how the project developed. With Lines for Palestine 2, we took the time to plan it, following the advice that Amani and Tahani were giving us before. More organizational coordination. That was key for us. So the courses that we offer through Lines for Palestine 2 were all accredited by the University of Gaza, or contributed somehow to exactly what academics in Gaza were telling us about. That would have been important in the context. So they asked us about research methods for social sciences. That was delivered by multiple coordinators. That was a course for postgraduate and PhD students. There is no such course at IUG in social sciences. So we grouped together, it was about 80 students, 80 PhD students and postgraduate students who are going on a research track. And this course was accredited and recognized as part of their work at the Islamic University of Gaza. We offered a lecture series on critical pedagogies. Here we went back to education. That was delivered by University of Malta. And again, the hours that the students spent on the course were recognized as part of what they have their volunteer hours. So they received not only, you know, a certificate of attendance, but they received something that mattered for their curriculum and for their educational journey. With our dear colleagues in New Zealand, given the time difference, we opted for asynchronous work. The teachers and tutors in New Zealand created very short videos and launched what they called arts-based challenges. And the students adopted the methods that they were taught with their own students, and then they were providing feedback on how it worked for them in their context, and whether, you know, that could be that's something that could be further developed into some more sustainable resources that can be used, you know, beyond the end of the project. We provided training and mentoring for the English language core test, that the Education in Conflict paid for some of the students. Students need to have an English test in order to graduate. So without that, even if they were concluded their dissertation, they could not get the degree. So the University of Glasgow paid for some of these tests, and a wonderful team of tutors at the University of Ireland provided support to pass the test. And we were very happy because recently one of the students scored 10 over 10. The test, it's probably quick mention, we should do it. The test, the English, so imagine taking an English test. We probably all have done it, had to go through the IELTS or whatever. Before taking the test, students had to show, it's an online test, but they had to show their passport. They need to check the internet bandwidth, whether it's strong enough. So you can imagine doing this in Gaza a few months ago. So we have to say that the ELLT team, Oxford, they were very flexible in enabling students to retake tests. Students without passports could show other forms of identification, not even always. And so there was an incredible support around taking an English test. We won't talk about Lines to the Future, that's all Damien's work, and Portal, so we'll leave it till later. But we also, sorry, we forgot to add to this, that a strong collaboration with Northumbria University, and we are here, Bill Guariento, as representative. Although working on separate projects, the good thing about coordinating activities is that we know what each other is doing. And so Bill has been working on linguistics and with other colleagues on creative writing. Now they're starting a new course on creative writing. And we are coming into that through providing a platform for publishing the pieces that students will be writing on the course. So you see like how this coordination among institutions is key at this stage, not to duplicate efforts, not to risk reinventing the wheels every time, because it can be very time-consuming and emotionally demanding as well. To conclude, we have written some recommendations in our Lines for Palestine 1 report, and we call it Learning That We Can Share. Some of these points are basic points, about just doing a good partnerships. Some are more specific, like to the context. So, trust. Do you trust your team? It is important that you work with people that you trust and share your ethos. Does anybody in the team speak Arabic? Does anybody in the team know the context? Do they know it well? Build on existing connections and relations. Transparency, paperwork and payment. Universities might struggle to make payments to institutions in Palestine, but they may be able to pay individuals, for example, as external suppliers or to provide consultancies. There are ways, and transparency is key with your partners. Allies. Find your allies within your institution. There are many people willing to help. Ask and be persistent. There might be people not willing to help. Pick your battles. Needs analysis. Do you know what the partners or the project beneficiaries or participants need? Ask them what can be done. Do not assume you know. Feasibility. Is the project feasible? Is it manageable, including for yourselves, ourselves? Team. Do you have someone that you can cry and rant with, maybe within the team? These projects are emotionally demanding. Strengths. Take into consideration strengths, not just challenges for planning activities. Let the partners lead. Ways to communicate. And these are ever-changing, and what works today might not be working tomorrow. What is the preferred method of your partners, participants? What are you feeling comfortable with? If it's WhatsApp, as in our case, are you comfortable with sharing your WhatsApp number? If not, do not do it. It seems worked for us sometimes in some places with some phones, and maybe the work required to get them may not always be worth it. Flexibility always works. Do you have plan B, plan C, plan D? And finally, ending the project. Do you know how to end a project? We don't, and that's fine with us, but it may not work as well for others. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much again for all the presenters today, and thank you for all coming. Now we'll be opening it up for Q&As if you have any question or comment or anything for us or for our colleagues online as well. Feel free to say, yeah.
Can I have a 10-minute? I know we're running late. I'm aware of that. We did start a bit late, so. Yeah.
10 more minutes is okay, Tiago.
Yeah.
Do you have mic or I can speak loud? Is it working, Miss? Okay. Well, thank you very much for these wonderful presentations. I'm sure that we will continue talking in the afternoon. But my big question is, how can we help? So of course, there's a lot of, this cannot be probably replied in just a few minutes, but if you can share, how can we help? So we as a faculty of psychology and education sciences, what is it, how can we help? We've seen a lot of possibilities, but I would love to hear from you and from the colleagues who are online also.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your question. If I will may start, and then if you'd like to add. So I think maybe the main point after disseminating the work, it's the same question that we ask, like, how can I be involved in this, or how can I be part of this? So maybe the first start could be like maybe contacting any of us. And then what we do is basically we do like a kind of a list of people interested in collaborating. And later on, we try to get kind of meetings to see what they can or willing to provide in terms of support, courses, workshops, or maybe mentoring. And then we try to organize things based on that. So this is what we've done throughout Lines to the Future. So that's one possibility at individual level. But also maybe if there is a way to get to the senior, for example, managerial roles as well, where there will be more opportunities to give, for example, accredited courses like in Malta. And now they're thinking maybe to open up some modules at MA levels as well for students. So there's a lot of potentials at individual and maybe like higher levels. I don't know, Grazia and Giovanna, if you'd like to add to that.
At institutional, yeah. Yeah, there will be here later on our colleague, Dr. Nazmi Al-Masri, who I'm sure has a list. So he will tell you exactly what can be done. Amani is also here. I think at institutional level, Amani, I can't see anything, but there she is coming. At institutional level, you were talking about scholarships. We were talking about visiting professors, so scholarships, and visiting fellowships, that these are not easy to set up. So we start from high, and then, but it may also be things like opening up libraries, opening up, and this, I think, in Glasgow, we needed to have our senior management involved. Amani is here. Yeah, here she is.
Yes,
I'll let you
yes.
do it. Take it.
Yeah, I put like a small list it is in the presentation, but I skipped it because I don't want to make it like a big presentation. But in the presentation, there is a list of what can be done. And
Do you want me to get it?
if you can share.
I bring it up. Okay.
Yes.
Oh, so we skipped that. It's the one that you said skip. Okay, I see. Right, let's go back. I need to go back and find it. Let me. How do I? Oh, what have I done? Yeah. Okay, that's good. So where are your slides, Amanda? So
Slide 29. Yes, exactly.
this one.
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes, this is the one.
Do you want to talk through it, Amani?
Yeah, so
Self-explanatory.
one of the point is provide online academic resources and digital libraries, as you have mentioned, Maria, supporting access to Turnitin or similar platforms, offering guest lecturing This is very important for us. Not not the entire course. I'm sorry, my apologies. Not the entire course, but I would say that part of the courses can be something that you can start with. Jointly applying for collaborative research funding. Facilitate peer-to-peer discussion, virtual networking opportunities between students in Gaza and international students, maybe your students. If you are interested, we can put you in contact with the relative after with Sahar, like for example, and Maria, Giovanna. You can have the list, and then we can categorize. Okay, this is for psychology. We have a doctor in psychology, and we can connect you in psychology. So you are in, for example, in linguistics, you have Dr. Nazmi here. No need to connect you with anyone else, so he can lead. So the point is that is okay what you can offer, and this is just a small area of where you can start, and then if it just succeeded, then we can start and elaborate in a bigger and bigger activities. But I would suggest to start with the small activities and then engage in a bigger ones. Maybe you can join Sahar, Giovanna, and Maria in one of the activities, and then you can start elaboration to understand the context, because again, the context complexity is really something that need to be taken into consideration. And I'm proud actually, because the ones who continue working with us are the ones who already have a collaboration before the war started, because working during war wasn't really something that is easy. You cannot expect easy like implementation of any activity. A lot of, as mentioned in the presentation, a lot of plan B, plan C, plan D, as Dr. Nazmi usually saying, these kind of plans. So it's really a complex thing. So I personally suggest and encourage partnering with our partners and coming through this softly, and then you can make other bigger projects. And for University of Minho, we have already good partnership with the university. We have good partners in Portugal, but this is just a start.
Thanks, Amani. Thank you very much. And we can work more on this later on. Thank you. Any other comments or questions or? No. Great. Thank you very much for staying till now. Damien, you're closing.
Do you want to say something about this afternoon,
Not really.
Damien?
I just want to make sure you all come back at 2 o'clock for my presentation. We have lunch now, and then
What's
the
the plan
presentation.
for this afternoon? You want a reminder? We've got...
Sorry?
At
Yeah,
2.
so 2 o'clock is the Lines to the Future presentation. That's 4 o'clock Gaza time for anyone online. And then at 3:30 we have a final session, which is more of a call to action. And yeah, one of the other things that institutions can do is support the people who are working here already on Palestinian projects. That's something I would have appreciated a lot. Not from this faculty, but it is something that we need. Anyway, thanks very much, and thank you very much to our guests.
Thank you so much for our online colleagues here. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Amani, and I don't know who else is there.
Everyone
Thank you, everyone over there. Bye-bye. See you soon.
You.
Hi, Nazmi. Nazmi, we'll see you later today.
Okay, see you later. See you all.
We did they ask
يعطيكم
for a
العافية.
list.
أماني تهاني.
That's easy. Yeah. Okay, well, let's get started. I'm going to show you the trailer for the films, first of all, and then we'll talk a bit more about the project. I'll introduce myself and so on. That was quite loud, wasn't it? So that's the trailer for the film, or the films, in fact, that several of these students have been working on since last April or so, as part of the Lines to the Future project. I'm not really going to give an academic presentation today. I'm just going to tell you about the project, kind of to show you what's possible within the University of Porto, just really through making connections. And we spoke a bit about all the connections we have this morning. But it is possible to do projects like this, just really from the initiative of very, very few people. So, this work? Oh, yeah, that's nice, wasn't it? Right. No, I don't want to do that. I think I'll just let it stay like that. So, top left there, we have the aims of the project. It's hidden by the screen, just the title. But like I said before, the main aim of the project was to see what we could do in terms of building trust and connections between students here and students in Gaza. There was a more kind of explicit aim as well for the students, as it says there, to have an opportunity to develop their creativity and express their creativity internationally through making short science fiction films. And that's what you saw the trailer for. I'm not going to show you the films today. We had a screening on Wednesday. If you want to see the films, you will have to contact me. I'll give you the details at the end, and I'll let you know about the next screening, also about where they'll be available online. So I'll give you the details at the end about that. So, project team, we have about half of us, no, more than half of us, we have most of us here today. Dave couldn't make it. He was the creative writer and trainer and mentor who helped the students with their script. He wasn't able to come. But everyone else, and Beatrice, who designed the report. But we have Dr. Nazmi Al-Masri, who's online and will be speaking a little bit later. I'll introduce him properly then. We have Sahar, who's over here sitting at the front. Sahar was the project coordinator, as I mentioned this morning, with a really, really important job of keeping in touch with all the students behind the screen. Ali is here sitting at the desk, and you'll meet him more later. And then we have Giovanna and Grazia here sitting at the front, who are from the University of Glasgow and have been part of the bigger Lines to the Future, Lines for Palestine project, which Lines to the Future is part of. Okay, so that's just a little bit of background. Is that going to work? Yes. So the project, just to give you an overview, we only had 4 workshops, and the 4th of those workshops was a screening of the rough cuts that the students made. But a lot went on in between and behind the workshops. The second point there, online meetings and discussions doesn't really begin to cover it, I don't think. And Ali was working directly with all of the students individually. Sahar and I were talking to students in the background individually as well. Dave as well, obviously, was doing the same in relation to the creative writing side of it. The main WhatsApp group, the third point there, this was something that came organically. We started a WhatsApp group, obviously for the whole project to keep in touch with each other, but it became a lot more than that, and I'll tell you a little bit more about that as we go along. But it was a place not just for talking about the project, but for sharing experiences people were going through. For sharing poems, we had some amazing writers on the project, and they just suddenly started sharing their poems with us, which was really beautiful. And then just exchanging experiences and responding. So at the bottom there, we always talk about outputs, a horrible word in projects, but we have the films. We were quite surprised to get 7 films in the end. All of the groups managed to do it despite the tough circumstances. Ali has done an amazing job of putting all the 7 films into one big film. Oops. Into one big film, which is kind of what you saw the trailer of. The report I'm just about to tell you about, but the most important part was new connections. So making links between not just the students in here and the students in Gaza, that was the most important part, but also between us as the project team, with each other and with all the students as well. I should warn you at this stage, when we did the screening, my students were taking bets over when I was going to start crying. So I'll try not to do that, but I will, I imagine. Again, I don't know if Ali, can you hide that or not? Ali, can you hide the top part or not? Or move the bar at the top? No? You can't hide the sharing bar. Okay, it doesn't matter. Yeah? Should it? No, because it's on Zoom, so I don't think it will go away. Okay, no, it doesn't matter. I'll tell you what it says at the top. It says, Lines to the Future, and I think it says making the report, or something like that. So, planning the report. So this is what I sent initially. This was my idea for what the report would look like. So we'd have an introduction, which just gave thank you. We have an introduction, which was supposed to be 2 pages, just explaining what the project was. We had people working on the news and trying to integrate that with the other sections. Each group would have a double page, which talks about the film. And then the main WhatsApp group, I imagine this being 4 pages or so of the highlights of the WhatsApp group. So a few poems, a few exchanges, and so on. And then finally, an anthology of student reflections and poems. So we have all of this. We do have all of this. the students, around 15 of the students volunteered and collaborated collaborated on collating all the material that they wanted to be included in the report. So based on those previous categories, they all got together. They used Padlets to basically put everything together. At the end of that, the report was not the imagined 10 pages that I told the designer about. The report's around 100 pages. It's a really beautiful document, and we have it online there if you want to read it. Today I'm just going to touch very, very lightly on it because, first of all, because I said I'll get too emotional, but also it's better for you to spend some time looking at the pictures and seeing exactly what went on. So it's not just about the story of the project and making the films, it's also a record of the genocide through the eyes of the students. As it says here, news reports, poems, personal tragedies, jokes, and kindness. And then at the end, as I said, an anthology of some of the really beautiful poetry that the students in Gaza in particular shared with us. This is, so the report is a bit weird here because it sounds like I'm talking about myself in the third person, but this is a page from the report. Just this is to explain the beginning of the project. So around I think it was probably around Christmas time or January or something like that last year, I remember I was sitting, I'd taken my dogs to the vet. I have 5 big dogs and I spend a lot of time in the vet. So I'd been taking my dogs to the vet, and then Grazia sent me a message saying, Dr. Nazmi is available to talk to you now. So I got in my car. It was pouring with rain. I got in my car, got Zoom on my phone, and spoke to Dr. Nazmi for about an hour, used up all of my data. But from that point, that's where the project was born, with his enthusiasm. Essentially. So when we started the project, and when I first asked the students in Porto if they wanted to be part of it, and 20 signed up, there was a ceasefire at that time, and it had been on for a few weeks already. By the time we actually got properly started with the project, I'd been trying to get funding from the British Council, which we did. We got funding to cover to pay the trainers and the project coordinator. So that all happened in the background here. And then mid-March 2025, the ceasefire ended and the project began. So as I'm sure you all know, everything got a lot worse after that. We'll go to the next one. So at that point, Nazmi invited the students in Gaza, and very, very quickly, 30 signed up. You'll meet Dr. Nazmi a bit later, but he is very persuasive, and if he asks the students to get involved in something, they generally do, from what I could see. And as Imad, who is one of the participants, he was going to be here today actually, but he can't make it. As he says there, it's not like a unique project. There are loads of projects that Islamic University of Gaza is organising. You saw some of them this morning, working internationally a lot of the time, bringing in support while the university is not operating as usual, obviously. The other thing that really helped with recruiting the students was having Dave write the invitation. So when I had this idea, originally a lot of people kind of looked at me very quizzically when I said it was a science fiction project. Like, why are you doing a science fiction project with students in Gaza? And Dave wrote this invitation to them, as you can see at the bottom, really framing everything as a what-if question. So he gave these examples. Actually, I think Nazmi came up with a couple of these as well. But what if the whole world was a computer simulation and Gaza was just a test to measure humanity's morality? And what if advanced nanotechnology could instantly rebuild every destroyed home, school and hospital, but only at the cost of erasing our memories of the past? Or even, what if I woke up only speaking Portuguese? So this is how the project was introduced. The students then, through the workshops, which Ali will talk about, came up with their own what-if questions. Taqwa, one of the students in Gaza, has become a really prolific writer. She's been interviewed in loads of places. She writes loads of poems. She writes it for the news. And she, in one of her interviews, this is what she said about the workshop. She said that she used the science fiction workshop to escape from reality and the daily life that's surrounding the students in Gaza. Some lovely language that she used there. Science fiction gave me a rare space where I could step outside of this suffocating present and envision other possibilities. It's a really powerful testimony. You can, if you Google Arab Lit website, you will find the full interview, which I encourage you to do. But a little bit more there, at the last part of the second paragraph. Through science fiction, we can reclaim the right to imagine futures where Palestinians thrive, where technology and progress serve us rather than destroy us, where our children can look at the sky and dream of stars rather than drones. So, back to the WhatsApp group. One of the first things that happened when we started the WhatsApp group was we suddenly discovered that several of the students in Gaza were news reporters. They're of a similar age to our students here, 19 years old, things like that. And they were giving radio reports to the BBC, they were writing for The Guardian and different places. So we discovered we had a very privileged position getting all of this news directly to us and then also having the students talking about it. So this is one of the things that happened at the beginning of the WhatsApp group. And all of the responses then, I think, encouraged people to share more and more. So there's Hala and Imad both talking about their reports. They'd share the link and then we'd all listen to it or watch it and respond in the WhatsApp group. A huge part of the project, for me anyway, was reading the students' poetry, which I've talked about already. This is one of the students talking about the first time that she wrote and shared a poem publicly, which was on the WhatsApp group. And as she said there, if you look at the second paragraph, every single person responded with genuine encouragement and kindness. The responses were warm, honest, deeply respectful. I suddenly felt seen, like what I wrote actually mattered. And that moment unlocked something in me. It reminded me that this was more than a project. It was a safe space, a soft landing. I think, according to lots of messages I've had, this idea of being treated with care that she mentions at the end was a really, really important part. And yeah, thanks to Sahar a lot for a lot of that. This is just an example of, in fact, this is just the opening stanza. It's one of my favourite of the poems by Hala. My brightest star, at midnight under a sky stained red and an air heavy with the scent of blood, I sit on the rooftop in the same corner where we once smoked in secret. Now I sit alone thinking of you. So like I said, this is in the report, although I have a feeling actually that the version that we uploaded doesn't have it yet, but it will be there very soon if it's not there already. The anthology at the end of the report. We can't see anything again, but this is... I don't want to go into detail about these because they're personal stories, and it seems wrong to put one ahead of the other or whatever. But the WhatsApp group, you can read them all in detail in the report. They're reported exactly as they were in the WhatsApp group in the report. But quite often, the students would tell us what was going on in their lives. One of the things that really struck me, especially in the early part of the project, was how considerate the students were. If you look at the bottom line of this last one, often students going through really, really bad time would apologise for not being able to come to the project, which was obviously unnecessary to say the least. At the top it says and rage. There was a lot of anger in the comments. I don't think it was directed directly at us most of the time, but sometimes it could feel like that. This is a poem Takwa wrote. Blind world, keep ignoring us. Turn your face like you always do. Shut your eyes to the blood. Stay silent while we burn. And this kind of theme came up over and over again in the project. Dave has written a very nice reflection about how he felt seeing messages like that in the report. Yeah, obviously responding to this kind of thing is very hard. Those of you who are here this morning saw that what Giovanna did with the email, constantly trying to find the right words, but also trying to find different words and express how you're really feeling is hard. It's very hard. And I know this was hard for me, but also for the students in Portugal. It was really hard. And there were times when people just didn't really respond because you don't know what to say and you feel like you're repeating yourself the whole time. That at the top says education and friendship. So one of the things, although the students were very keen to make sure they attended everything in the project, despite going through displacement, having had no food for a long time, no sleep, the one thing they wouldn't do was sacrifice their study. So we have this was a nice moment when one of them said, "Can we cancel or can we postpone the workshop because we've got exams coming up?" And it ended up in a funny exchange with everyone voting on whether we'd postpone the workshop or not. Ali did a poll. And as you can see here, the students all got very excited. But there's a nice comment in the middle there from Hala as well while this was all going on. I haven't seen any of you, but I feel like I've known you for a long time. So, I'm going to play a couple of videos, but Ali's going to talk about the films a bit afterwards. I'm going to just play a couple of reflections from two students. Osama, we asked Osama for a reflection for the film. We were looking for a minute each or so. He sent an amazing, beautiful reflection of 7 minutes, and we couldn't include all of it in the film itself. So I'm going to show you the bit that wasn't in the film, which is still really important to the project. I'm going to show you that bit now, and then later... Oh, that's probably me doing that. Is it? Was that you, Ali? No? I'm going to show you some of the bits that didn't make it into the film, not because they're not important, but because we couldn't include everything. This is how Osama wrote his bio for the poetry section. I'll just let you read it. I can't speak like this, but it's I love this last line. I am the voice carrying the southern wind. It's powerful stuff. So yeah, so this is Osama reflecting a little bit on the conditions that he was living through, and also about how communicating his identity and who he was to the project and now to the wider world was important to him. So I hope this is going to work, and I hope it's starting at the right place. If not...
Hello, this is Osama.
No, it's not starting at the right place. 1 second. It's supposed to be at 2:57. Let me just... Could you move over a bit? Where are we? Yeah, thank you. Where's it gone? Yeah. So you will have a chance to meet Osama properly a bit later on. This is just an excerpt that I wanted to play.
Hello, this is Osama Mazen Abadla, a 23-year-old student at IUG, majoring in translation.
No, but I can just play it from here. Maybe that will work.
Just back to the suffering. For me, especially, like, as Osama, I have no phone. Like, when I applied for the project, I had no phone. I'm just managing to do all the stuff with, like, my using my mom's mobile. So it was really... Hello, this is Osama Mazen Abadla, a 23-year-old.
I'll have to leave it here, sorry.
Really hard to manage, but I just managed to do this. And also, even like before the war, I didn't have a laptop. Like I couldn't afford it, so I didn't have neither a laptop nor a phone. So it was really hard to handle. But I just tried to manage. And that was one of the main obstacles I faced, like, which prevented me from completing in some state in some period, prevented me from completing my like bachelor degree that I got from this whole project. Maybe can be divided into two. The first thing is, sorry. The first thing is that I got to know people, the coordinators, the students, all of them has become kind of family for me. Also, the second benefit, the second part, is that we could send 3 messages. The first message is that we as Palestinian people have likes and dislikes. We as Palestinian people have dreams, have desires, have like heroes and elites, and we really deserve to live this life and to make our dreams come true. The second thing is that we could tell the people that we as Muslims didn't just stop, like, as the media talk about us and say, okay, they say we are like bad people, we are terrorists, whatever. No, we could define the claim that we as Muslims are not that way. We have a good, like, I don't know how to say it, like good manners, good hearts, good thoughts, and we in this way could define the media. And the third point here is that we could tell the real story behind Gaza's situation, as like the media in general, the propaganda is pro-Israeli, but we could, in this project and through all kind of media, actually, like generally, but with this project, we could define what the media say about Palestine. We could provide a correct and trusted, how to say it, story about Gaza and what it is happening, like the genocide and these things. Eventually, and like to conclude,
Okay, you'll hear Osama's conclusion a little bit later on when we show you all of the reflections of the students, but that bit was missing, so I wanted to make sure you saw it. So the next person to introduce is Amira. Again, Amira is an amazing writer. The link to her book that she published during the project is in the poetry section of the report. As I said, we'll upload that afterwards. Amira wasn't able to participate at the beginning of the project. She was having a really hard time with displacement and grieving family members, but she joined a bit later and immediately started sharing her writing with us. And I've been in touch with Amira nearly every day since then. So let me just play Amira's video. Oh, yeah.
Hello everyone, I am Amira Atiya Abul Hussein from Palestine and proud to be Palestinian. I am a student at Islamic University majoring in translation. I am also a writer. Writing allows to me to share the experience and struggle of the people of Gaza during 2 years, showing that we are not a number, we have a beautiful life. I like writing about everything happened with us during 2 years of the war, showing that we are not a number, we have a beautiful life. I like write about everything happened with us during 2 years of war. Even I wrote about the dreams of martyrs who lost their life in cold blood, including my brothers who became a meal for occupation dogs. Continuing my studies during the conflict was extremely challenging. Frequent electricity cuts, limited phone charging, and unstable internet made it very difficult to complete exam and assignments. Sometimes I was afraid to go to internet cafes due to concerns that I might not return to find my family safe, which greatly affected my studies. Studying was very difficult at times. I could not study because of the loud sound of rockets and also at night due to the lack of electricity. We spent 2 years without light, and sometimes I studied using the flashlight on my phone, watching recording lectures from the university and study the slides. During this period, Islamic University provided amazing chance in collaboration with University of Porto and University of Glasgow to support and encourage us to continue our education during the war. I was given a chance to share my writing and poems with them. At the start of the project, there was a team of students creating stories for a film, but I couldn't participate due to being displaced multiple times, the martyrdom of my brothers, and difficulties accessing the internet. I communicated with Sahar and my friends in the group. They understood my situation, shared feedback on my writings, and supported me. The team helped share my writings in the project platforms, and they were always ready to answer any questions. Dr. Diamond helped me with searching for scholarships to complete my master. He saw my documents and given me important advice and feedback. Dr. Diamond constantly encouraged me to continue writing, see my work, and providing feedback, which was a great motivation. And thanks to Dr. Nazmi al-Masri, who was follow-up with us during this period. I'm deeply grateful to everyone involved in this inspiring project. Lines to the Future give us hope. I also thank Islamic University of Gaza for its constant support, especially during the war.
عندما أعود إلى حطام بيتي سأعانقه وأخبره عن الأيام التي قضيتها لاجئة في الشوارع. سأحدثه عن ليالي الشتاء الباردة كيف قتلت الأطفال الصغار والكبار، فالبرد القارس لم يرحمنا. وسأحدثه عن شمس الصيف التي حرقتنا، وعن تعب الخطوات على أرصفة غريبة لم تعرف أسماؤنا. عندما أعود إلى حطام بيتي سأقول له إن أصحاب البيت قد رحلوا، غادروا البيت والمدينة، ولم يبق غيرك يا بيتي شاهدا على الوجع. سأجعلك واقفا أصنع من ذكرياتهم متحفا صغيرا، ومن ركامك ذاكرة خالدة. ليتني لم أفقد أحدا، ليتني لم أفقد أحدا، وليت لي بيتا يشبه بيوت الآخرين.
Before I introduce Ali, I hope Amira is there. I don't know if I'm looking at the camera now, but watching on YouTube, hopefully Amira and Osama are both there, and just to say thank you for your contribution. So, this is Ali Maki. Ali directed, edited, did all sorts of things with all the films. He helped teach the students how to make the films. So Dave was helping with the writing side and Ali with the production side, and so on. He's also a very good friend of mine, and getting through this project would have been very difficult without Ali. So over to you, Ali.
Hello everyone. First of all, great. First of all, I'm really lucky to be here. I'm really lucky to be in this project. I've always said that to Damien. It's often that you have the situation that we were going in was very bad, and very bad specifically. Bad is not the word. But when you don't feel you can do anything, you feel very limited. This is my first time on projects like this, and you feel useless. I'm from Lebanon, so along the war in Gaza as well that was happening, Lebanon went into its own mini war as well. It was devastating. My family was displaced, they had to move on, and I felt really useless. I couldn't do anything. I mean, I was living in Turkey. I've been living in Turkey for a long time, where I work with refugee resettlement, and I couldn't do anything. And Palestine has always been in our hearts, in Lebanon and where I come from. So all on top of each other, I felt useless. Damien gave me this opportunity to work, so I joined this project. With amazing project, really. I know I have a limited time, but I have to say it. With Grazia, Giovanna, Sahar, you were really amazing. And I really needed to do something, right? So I started, and that was a great opportunity. Thank you very much. Second thing is, I want to say is that I'm talking about the film, but it's not only me on the film. We were a team. So it was me and Dave, right? We worked together. Dave is amazing, and he's behind the storytelling. Actually, wrote it here, but it wasn't really. We worked together. So during the film, I would like to talk about how we worked on this project together. I tried to organize with Dave how we would do it. We were seven groups. I remember them by name, I think. And we divided our time. Dave would work on some groups, I would work on another. And that didn't work. We would go back and say, okay, so you would work on the film plot. So if I'm here standing and speaking today, I'm not the one who did only the film. It was me and Dave. So that's the first thing. Can I use this? Perfect. So, as Damien said, we had 4 workshops. Quickly explain them. We structured the workshops on the story. What is a story? It's a by the way, it's a science fiction film. So, and it's a short film as well. So we structured it over four of them. We had the pre-production, which included research, location, limitation, film crew. We were explaining all what is a filming plan, how to take that story and turn it into a film together in a video. And then we had the post-production screening. So just limited here, these are all the workshop presentations that David and I did over the time. So every workshop, as we explained, Dave started with the first one, explaining what the story, what a sci-fi story is, and you would see that all in the presentations as well. And later on, also, I explained how to take this script or this synopsis and turn it into a shot list where you would be able to create a film. Also, we talked about filming techniques. We talked about filming technique, filming composition, editing, post-production. Each workshop would have this. I filmed it all, but I think I'm not gonna maybe skip this a little bit. The main part here we had was the limitations and the needs we needed to explain. So this was every workshop, I think, just go around. Now, between the workshops, we decided with David to have group discussions among the groups, to assign homeworks, use polls, and to do a follow-up. Now, we were around, was it 50 students among 7 groups. That was the plan in the beginning, to motivate them to write their film and then move on how to film this film. So, this here are the challenges and limitations we have. First one is, of course, many of the students, that was their first film. Some of them has filmed before, others, no, that was the first film. So we need to include the presentations and the workshop for someone who's never filmed anything before, never have done any story before, and arrange our workshop around it. Second thing is communication. So part of the students were in Gaza, part of them were in Porto, and they were all using WhatsApp messages. In Gaza, the internet is very bad, so it would be sometimes in the evening where they would have access to the internet. So we would arrange our workshops or our meetings around that time. Budget. Not only we didn't have budget to film, but there were students in Gaza who, displaced, and there's no food, there's no money, there's no water. On top of that, you need to pick up a camera and film. So, yeah, and there was a war also. So people moving around, having, like Osama was displaced, if you saw in the film, 5 times. And you're continuing to do a film while doing all this. And the interest. You would lose interest. And to be honest with you, we would feel helpless. I felt many times helpless. What am I doing? Like, I'm trying to make someone film a story, or even trying to be compassionate with someone, and you have nothing, you can offer nothing. It's like Divana was saying earlier, writing that email, there's no words. Try to multiply that by telling someone how to film, or where's the film, why didn't you do this and that. That was very difficult. So, what did we do? We tried to compromise, right? So, for example, if we would be talking about editing techniques, and you don't have editing software, and you want to do an editing technique where a person is in Gaza, for example, looking into a picture of in Portal. If you have editing software, you'd be able to transition that one, right? If not, you would use all editing techniques. Here, for example, David is explaining.
So you start with Adam looking in one direction, and then
now how you would turn the camera around.
We see what he's looking at.
Where you are.
This doesn't have to be what he was
are
really
very
looking
classical
at, but in the film
editing
it will look
techniques.
like this is what he's looking
We try to explain them. We will send them in videos.
we have the same shot as Adam, of Adam still looking in that same direction as before.
And we would send them
And
to all
in
the
this
groups.
shot, we see him
Try to
turn.
communicate this with them.
Now we see a different view. This is what he's looking at now.
We cannot hear the sound, right?
Then,
Same shot of Adam, he's still looking in the same direction that he was before.
Other times, there would be no interest, understandably. People couldn't do anything about it. David and I also, we created this short film to say these are the footage the students have sent us in the first couple of weeks, and we managed to make a film out of it.
They entered a gate
These are the footage the students sent in the first
and returned with a truth no one could
It was not a
unsee.
film finished yet. We didn't do anything. I didn't film, David didn't film. We just managed to edit it together and send it to the group and tell them, this film, it was done by you and you can still do something. And you would see in the Padlet, there was good reaction. It showed people interest again. I'm not going to take more time. I'm just going to tell you that these were some of the things we tried to do to encourage ourselves and encourage the students. The films we have in the end were first one was Last Stop is Yesterday, that was Group A. Then we have Beyond the Ink, that was Group B. We have Unseen Ties, that was Group C. Group D, 0, and Osama was in Group D. We have Group E. By the way, we have stars of all these films here in the second row. Then we have Group F, Voice from Afar. We have Group G, was the legendary land, and Damon will explain it best. And then in the end,
So Osama is going to speak again, and he will be talking about this film. So just to bear that in mind, it's about coming home to find your house.
yeah, and in the end, we just combined all these 7 films into one feature film, Lines of the Future, and yeah, that's it.
We had hoped to have a couple of students from Gaza live with us. They both messaged to send their apologies for different reasons. They weren't able to make it here today. But we do have a couple of students from Porto here, Matilde and Rodrigo. Do you want to come up? And we'll ask Matilde and Rodrigo to come. And then we'll have time, a brief time for some questions before we go. Would you like the microphone, or are you happy sitting down?
No, it's okay with sitting down.
Yeah. Go on, Matilde, you can start. Make sure you use the microphone. I'll give you your name.
So I wrote a tiny speech to talk to you here today. So if you went back to the beginning of this year and told us that these movies were complete and look like they do now, we probably wouldn't believe you. But not that we didn't believe in ourselves, of course, but we entered the project just to form connections, meet new people and cultures, and tell students from Gaza that we saw them, students that we can call our friends now. I was asked to gather the thoughts of Porto students and bring them to you here today. But when I started to talk with my friends, we came to a conclusion. How can we talk about the difficulties we felt through this journey when we look back, all we can think about is all the connections we built, our movies that despite all odds are here, complete, perfect as they are for the world to see, to show the world that when there's a will, there's a way, and that we just proved this saying to be true. The times we couldn't find the perfect time to work together, how we were concerned with having no budget to record the movie, how sometimes we just lost a little bit of interest, but that came straight back after seeing small parts of our movies come together, how we spent weeks without knowing anything from our friends and feeling completely powerless, because one thing is looking at the world through tiny screens. The other thing is knowing that people you care about are actually living it. It is for sure impactful when you watch it on the news, but we just go on with our day and focus on our own problems, our own lives. But when you get to meet people, you see just how similar they are to you, how they too have dreams, how they listen to the same music as you, how they see the same TV shows and movies as we do. It's a whole different story. And you can't do anything about it. You just sit there, tell them that your thoughts are with them, say how you wish that everything was better, but you do this feeling guilty. How can I, that know nothing about life, being only concerned about things like what will I do with my future, knowing that my present is a guarantee, tell these things to people who don't even know if their next minute will happen. All these challenges that we successfully overcame just make this project more beautiful and just make us prouder to have been a part of this. This wouldn't be possible without everyone involved, all the organizers that believed in us even when we didn't, even when everything seemed to be against us. A special thank you from all Porto students to Ali and David for the patience and understanding throughout the whole creative process. Gracias Giovanni and Nazmi for always knowing what to say and how to lighten the mood when things weren't that great. Sahar for all the work and effort put into organizing it all. And Damien, we are really proud to have been our students. And we're glad that our paths crossed and that we have learned much more than English in our classes. Thank you to all our friends from Gaza who gave a purpose to the project and who did everything in their power and more to bring us here today. To my friends from Porto, who became a special sort of support group when I was stressed with getting everything done on time. Thank you a million times. I couldn't be happier to be here today and to have been a small part of this project that brought me so many great things and a special overlook on what really are the definitions of hope, dreams, and saudade, the word that was with us throughout the project. Thank you for showing me that we are capable of so much more than we think we are. If we just believe in ourselves and people are around us. They say the sky is the limit, but we have reached the moon. And we were betting that Damien would be the one crying, and now I'm here.
I'm crying too, Matilda.
Okay, it's working. First of all, my name is Rodrigo. I want to thank you all for being here. I've also prepared a small speech for you, in which I will talk a little bit of what was my experience during this project, and of course thank all the people that are here present and were part of this project and made this possible. And I will proceed to my speech. There are subjects we choose, and then there are subjects that choose us. Speaking about Gaza, about a genocide the world witnessed, and then far too quickly, far away, it definitely belongs to the second category. From the moment we began this project, it became clear that we weren't dealing with a theme. We were dealing with a want. A want so deep that to approach it casually would have been an act of arrogance, and yet avoiding it would have been an act of cowardice. So we faced it. Not through spectacle, not through sensationalism, but through thought, deliberate, careful, and sometimes uncomfortable thought. One of the first questions that I confronted was deceptively simple. How do you speak about a massacre when the world has already known too much of it and understood too little? Our responsibility was to slow things down, to insist that attention is a form of dignity, and nothing better than creativity and science fiction to do so. Part of what made this journey unforgettable was how far our conversations often wandered from their starting point, moving with complete naturalness from Gaza to poetry, from history to sports, as if each topic was quietly waiting its turn and we were far too polite to deny it. In my opinion, it was those detours who were responsible for making the work not only meaningful, but surprisingly human. And with that in mind, I want to thank those who were part of this. First, our teacher Damien. And what can I say about Damien? Well, there are teachers who maintain a respectful, quite academic distance, in which you feel quite scared to breathe a little bit louder. And then there is Damien, who is officially Irish, phonetically English, and pedagogically unstoppable. Although it must be said, his football choices are quite questionable. But thankfully, his teaching record is far more reliable than his club's performance, and we're all better for it. To our colleagues and teachers in Gaza, thank you for your courage, your clarity, and your generosity. You allowed us access not to images, but to truth. And truth, in contexts like these, is the rarest and most valuable offering. To my friends from Porto, thank you for your commitment, your creativity, and the humanity you brought into every moment of this process. To the teachers from Glasgow, thank you for your guidance, your support, and your willingness to engage with a project that demanded both sensitivity and strength. And as a way to conclude, I must mention the vital role of Ali, who managed to help us a lot with editing and technical support.
Okay, thank you very much to both of you. You can stay there if you want. Maybe we'll have some questions for you.
Okay.
Really nice, thank you.
Thank you.
So now we have a chance for any questions from the audience, if there are any. To be honest with you, I don't mind if there are. Won't be too worried. Okay, well, just a final. Oh, great, there is one, Amelia. Amelia, okay. Amelia is my supervisor. To do what?
This work, kind of sharing.
To do the project, you mean? Yeah, it was difficult. Yes, it was difficult, but it was also, I don't know what the word is. Ali talked about it a little bit before. I think we're also quite lucky to be able to do it, because I know a lot of people who are desperate to help and don't know how. So to have the opportunity to be able to work, I mean, I say that as though it's just about providing support. What happened through the project was that we got to know lots of amazing people. So yes, it was difficult. I mean, obviously, we feel, to a lesser extent, but still to a large extent, we feel the trauma of what's happening around us, as these two said. When you're closer to it, when you know people, you feel it more. So it's hard. It's really hard. And what I was going to actually say now was how important having people around you to support you is. If you're not directly working on this, but you know someone who's working on education in conflict or in potentially situations where you might experience vicarious trauma, be aware of it and look after you. It's tough. So it is tough, but that's not the feeling that I'm left with now. I'm left with the feeling of being incredibly proud of the project and of the students. So yeah. That's what I want to say. I think I'll stop there and go and maybe have a beer or something. Thank you, really. And we have, so the next session we have at, do you have a question, Joanna? No? You're waving your hand around. So the next session is at 3:30, and we will have Guillermo, who's another of the students, talking there. We will also have Dr. Nasmi Al-Masri, who is the co-lead on the project from Gaza. Really, really proud that he's been part of the project and also that he's going to talk to you today. He's got a wealth of experience of working internationally and is also a brilliant orator. So I recommend that you hang around for that part. But really, I think Guillaume's going to mention this a little bit, but one of the things that happened towards the end of the project was, I remember Takwa sent a message saying something along the lines of, everyone's enjoying the genocide show. And there was, it made people feel uncomfortable, I think. As I said before, Dave's written a very nice reflection about this. The response actually came from, especially from the project team, was to tell the students in Gaza that what the governments are doing isn't what the people think. I'm not sure I agree with that. I think that mostly I encounter indifference, certainly around where I live in a more rural area, but even within my faculty, I have a couple of students here. One of the other teachers came. They're not really that interested. So trying to gather people who are interested and to work together, making connections and supporting each other is really, really, really important. I'll leave you with that. And thank you again for coming. Oh, sorry, I forgot one thing. I said 3:30. I forgot, this is important. If you want to see the films, put your name on the registration form for this conference. I'll make sure that we send a link. We'll also send information about screening. The report is available at linestothefuture.com. Anything else, this is my amusing email address, which I was given, dros@letres.up.pt. You can look up in the dictionary what dross means if you want to. But please do contact me if you want to know more about the project or collaborate in other ways.
So now we have a coffee break, and then we come back in 20 minutes.
Okay, thanks. Okay, we're just going to start the next session with some reflections from the students in Gaza before we go into the final discussion and call to action. Okay, so just 5 minutes, beautifully edited by Ali. If and when you get to watch the whole film, this comes at the end of it. Which will make it more meaningful, but I think even without it, it's still a beautiful
a beautiful compilation. I hope the sound's going to work.
Salam everyone, I hope you are all doing well.
No. I think it needs to be done from up there. 1 second. I don't know if the tech man is there. He wants it because it's going through Zoom where you don't want to necessarily turn it on, but maybe if I can do it myself here.
Salam.
Screen share. Just change the PowerPoint. Should be sharing this.
Salam everyone. Salam everyone, I hope you are all doing well. This is Ahad Zahar Shawish, the writer and the editor of the film Next Stop Yesterday. In this video, I want to tell you about some of the main obstacles I faced in writing and editing this film, under the difficult circumstances we experienced during the war on the Gaza Strip.
It's right now, it's muted.
But however, despite all these obstacles, I was able to finish writing the script, filming the scenes, and editing them. And I also want to acknowledge the efforts of the rest of the team at Portal, who played a wonderful role and left their mark. I'm very happy with this opportunity and to be part of this beautiful project, and all my love and appreciation for everyone involved, and thank you for watching the film.
Talking to you. Unseen Ties is the title of our film. Spiritual connection between Palestine and Portugal, in order to convey a message to the Palestinians under very hard war that you are not.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Salam everyone, I hope you are all doing well. This is Ahad Zahar Shawish, the writer and the editor of the film Next Stop Yesterday. In this video, I want to tell you about some of the main obstacles I faced in writing and editing this film, under the difficult circumstances we experienced during the war on the Gaza Strip. First of all, I had to walk very long distance under the scorching sun to reach the filming locations due to the lack of the transportation. And in addition, the security situation was unstable, with most public places being targeted without warning. Furthermore, the sudden cutting of the internet and communication networks was another obstacle that delayed me from completing my work as I planned. But however, despite all these obstacles, I was able to finish writing the script, filming the scenes, and editing them. And I also want to acknowledge the efforts of the rest of the team at Portal who played a wonderful role and left their mark. I'm very happy with this opportunity and to be part of this beautiful project, and all my love and appreciation for everyone involved, and thank you for watching the film.
This is Ahmad Abdeh talking to you. Unseen Ties is the title of our film, spiritual connection between Palestine and Portugal, in order to convey a message to the Palestinians under very hard war that you are not alone. You are in the hearts and minds of millions around the world. People stand by you. They do not leave you alone because they understand what painful feelings you've got from this war, what painful moments you've got during this war. We learned a lot of skills regarding the capturing photos and videos. For that, powerful and effective script made up very effective words in order to plan for this kind of film. Thank you very much, students of Porto. Thank you very much, students of Gaza, for making it achievable idea.
Hello everyone, I am Rosara Baraka. I am an English department student at IUG and a part of the Lines to the Future project. This project was an incredible opportunity that let me be in contact with other people from other countries. I get to know too many cultures and improve my communication skills, and also improved my English speaking skills. I thank everyone that worked with me on that project, and my special thanks are for my Dr. Nazmi Al-Masri. I hope that we will have more opportunities like this, that we will work together in the future. Thank you everyone.
Hello from Gaza. This is Farah Al-Bahnasawi, the video editor and the voice-over artist behind the reporter's character. I still remember our first group meeting when Dr. Damien asked whether we follow international news or not. I said at that day I had given up on that because it only brought constant suffering and a vicious cycle of longing for nothing. From that moment, our group was encouraged to create a TV report which would reflect our story and deliver the message we wanted the world to hear. It wasn't easy, to be honest, but it was a beautiful and heartfelt journey that we shared with our incredible instructors and fellow students from both Gaza and Portugal. My group members, Taqwa and Isra, were so creative and deeply contributed to shaping the tale of our legendary land. The land that carried not just our own story, but also embraced the beautiful voices of the other 6 groups into one harmonious report. I'm truly grateful for this opportunity and so proud for being part of it. Thank you so much for believing in us when it felt all impossible. Thank you.
Hi everyone who's listening to me. This is Mais Al-Bahnasawi, a student at the Islamic University of Gaza, and of course, a proud member of Group D in Lines to Future filmmaking project. I've worked as a voiceover at the beginning of our film, and also contributed to writing the script and developing the idea of Zero. It's a story about absolute justice, where a number appears on your arm, and it rises or falls according to your behaviors. And when it nears 0, your life is at risk. Actually, the idea was inspired by the question of what a true justice means in a world full of inequality and moral struggles. Through this film, we wanted to send a message about human responsibility, morality, and the consequences of our choices. In fact, this film holds a very special place in my heart. It was the first film I've ever worked on, and it truly ignited my passion for creative storytelling, voice-over making, and script writing. Working together with amazing students from Portugal wasn't just a collaboration, but also a spark of hope during the difficult time that we were facing. It was an unforgettable experience that strengthened my spirit, teamwork skills, and the belief in the power of art in bringing the light even in the darkest moment. Thank you.
Hi, this is Taqwa Ahmed Al-Wawi. I'm a writer, poet, and editor from Gaza. and I'm studying English literature at the Islamic University of Gaza. I'm a member of Group G in the Alliance to Future Filmmaking project. I help write our film and also film some of the reporters' scenes. Since all of us in the team, Farah, Isra and I, are girls, we needed a male actor for the reporter role. So I asked my brother to play it and filmed the scenes. I also worked with students from Portugal who recorded voice-over parts for our film, because our story connects with all the other films in the project. Our film is about remembering, the importance of remembering. It tells us that sharing and remembering is an act of love and humanity. Actually, this project means a lot to me. It was an unbelievable experience that made me happy and showed me how powerful imagination can be.
Hello, this is Osama Mazen Abad, a 23-year-old student at IUG, majoring in translation. When I applied for this project, it was my 5th time to be displaced from my house. And consequently, the atmosphere, the psychology, none of them was helping, and like the whole situation, all of them was not helping to join such a project. However, I applied for this project, got accepted, and here the journey began. My friends and I started to brainstorm to end up with the what-if questions that will lead us, like later on, to the film idea. The similarity between the film idea and what is happening in Gaza, that we as Gazans, in any minute, some relative can or may just phone call us and say that unfamiliar thing has happened to him or like to one of our neighbors, beloveds. We may receive like the news that in a blink of an eye our houses has been like landed and destroyed. And that was exactly what happened to me when I had that news that our house, like it's kind of tower, and like the whole house was landed and destroyed, carrying all our memories away forever. So it was really hard to manage, but I just managed to do this degree that I got from this whole project, that I got to know people, the coordinators, the students, all of them has become kind of family for me. We as Palestinian people have dreams, have desires, have like heroes and elites, and we really deserve to live this life and to make our dreams come true. We could tell the real story behind Gaza's situation. We could, in this project and through all kind of media, could define what the media say about Palestine. We could provide a correct and trusted story about Gaza and what is happening. To conclude, I'm really lost of words to describe and talk about my gratefulness to be part of this great project. Like, I'm really grateful to all the staff, coordinators and teachers, doctors, all of them, and for all the students in all groups, and like specifically my group, like Group E. Tell you all that I wish we meet you in other projects, other student partnerships, and maybe one day we meet you face to face. If I have something to ask for, like what to ask for, please remember us, and like remember us in a good way, please, and tell people around you about what we had together and like our journey. And actually, please, let's make our friendship that we have built in this amazing project remain and extend and continue for like long lifetimes.
So that's just the end bit of the film. As I said before, if you want to watch it, you'll have to make sure I have your email and I'll let you know for the next screen. I'll hand over now to Isabel. Thank you for the time.
So maybe we could step up here for some testimonies that you have. And thank you. So, welcome again, and we are going to begin this roundtable call to action, drawing a collective societal response. I have to follow the order, so I guess I won't speak too much. I just give the word to my guests. It's such an honor to have you here. I'm going to present the first two guests here that are going to give a testimony about their work, and then to the extent that you finish, I'm going to present the next one. Okay? So I'm going to begin with Marta Santos and Pedro Oliveira. Marta Santos is an assistant professor at ICBAS, School of Medicine and Biomedical Sciences here in Porto, where she teaches the beauty and the complexity of the cells and tissues to medicine and veterinary medicine students. Pedro Oliveira is also an associate professor at ICBAS in the field of health statistics. Both were involved in the initiative for Gaza launched by University of Porto professors.
Thank you very much. I would like to start to express my gratitude to the organized committee for the invitation to be here. It is both a responsibility and an honor to be here. And I would like to express my complete solidarity to the colleagues that are from Gaza and that are with us today. Well, despite being a member of the University of Porto, I'm here to talk about my individual position about the role of the academy and universities on Gaza and Gaza people's situation. I personally think that we should speak out about Gaza, first of all, because I am a professor, and I have the duty to condemn the almost complete destruction of the academic and secular buildings and structures, which has been called scholasticide, and this put on risk the education and formation of generations. The destruction on Gaza was not only the buildings, was also the libraries, the academic archives, the museums, the students' residence, as we have seen today in previous talks. Additional, as Isabel told, I teach to medical students, and what happens in Gaza, even now, is an obliteration of the healthcare structures, thus prevent the population from a proper healthcare. Additionally, Gaza faces, and again faced in past and still now, a starvation situation that wasn't caused by natural, climatic, or even poverty. It was deliberated. The psychological trauma is also generational, so how could I not taking part on this? So what we did as members of the university, and was a very small step, I should say, was to settle the path for a faculty-supported mobilization, like a statement and a petition form. Before our small step, it should be stated that, as far as I know, only one of the 15 faculties of the University of Porto and make a formal statement about the Gaza situation. That is the faculty where we are today. So, and that statement was endorsed by all the councils of this faculty, so it's quite a pleasure to be here. So we took the initiative on July of this year, and if I can make a self-recrimination, it is a sincere regret. We should have done earlier. It should be noted that our initiative coincides with a completely silence from our government and our politicians. And this was like a fuel for the petition. So the petition text appealed to governmental actions, but obviously the idea was to have first a formal university statement endorsed by the academic bodies. So what we did was
basically this statement, and the petition was spread. No. The petition was spread around the faculty, the different faculties. We have another director who signed, but not as a director, just as a professor. And we informed all directors or deans of the faculties of the University of Porto, and as well as the rector. And in a week's time, we had more than 500 signatures. And also, we sent the petition to the General Council of the University. I suppose Sophia then will talk, who is a member of the General Council, will talk about the reception of this petition. Unfortunately, until now, a global mobilization of the University of Porto has not been done or taken a public position. I just want to say something as my personal view, is that there is an historian, Tony Judt, who wrote about two papers, one called Israel, the Alternative in 2003, and he said that there were three alternatives. One was to Israel to stay as a Jewish state with a majority, Arab majority, as second-class citizens, and then in that case would not be a democracy. Or it could change to a democracy, multi-ethnic democracy, but then it would not be a Jewish state. But the most surprising is that the third alternative was that Tony Judt envisaged in 2003 was to force the majority of the Palestinians out of Palestine, to make their lives intolerable to the point that they would leave by force or taking off their land or the means for their living. And then they would guarantee the survival of the Jewish democracy, but at the grotesque, autodestructive, by the fact that it was the first democracy to conduct a clinical ethnic cleansing in large scale, I would say genocide, and it will condemn Israel to the state of a pariah state. And so, to reinforce the words of Marta, I think that our role is like before. We have to make Israel feel ashamed, or our colleagues, professors in the University of Israel, to feel ashamed of what is happening. And because Israel does not feel, there are examples in the past South African apartheid ended up because South Africa was rejected all over the world. And so we have to make this feeling and do whatever we can at our local level to show that Israel must be condemned morally and actively in every steps of the life. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you so much. Now I'm going to present Nazmi Al-Masri. I don't know if you're there, she is online.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yes,
Hello.
yes. Well, so I'm going to present you. Very nice to meet you, and thank you for giving this small testimony. He's a professor of language education at the Islamic University of Gaza. His academic and research interests are involved over 31 years to include online language education, education in conflict, and sustainable development. He has served as PI and co-PI on more than 20 British and European-funded capacity building research and mobility projects, leading to numerous joint publications in international journals, edited books and presentations at international conferences. Currently, he is honorary fellow at the University of Glasgow School of Education, the Lines for Palestine. Team think of Dr. Nazmi as the father of all the work they've done with IUG, and his incredible students are a testament of his work as a brilliant, inspiring teacher. So you have fans here, of course. Welcome, and just feel free to start your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you all, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to participate with my colleagues and partners in academic life and academic support to education and higher education in Palestine. Due to lack of time and having long, tiring day, I will try to be brief, though I may take a few minutes longer than what I'm allowed, but I will try not to do so. I will talk about 6 quick points: gratitude and reflections on the projects and on the whole day. And also I will talk about briefly 4 notable academic success in times of a crisis, and why is institutionalized academic support urgently needed, and the priorities for building higher education in Gaza, and how universities and academics should support education in times of a crisis, as mentioned in the title of this event. And then I will conclude briefly with some recommendation. I will mix gratitude with reflections. So I would like to start by expressing my heartfelt gratitude to the Faculty of Psychology and Education Sciences at the University of Porto for opening its door and its heart, creating a sanctuary for talented Palestinian students to breathe fresh air, to breathe new skills, and to dream and to be seen and to excel. Thank you. Special thanks also to the devoted project team with all the names. They all are here or with us, and their names are mentioned, they are presented today. Thank you from the bottom of my heart, from Gaza. Thank you from a bleeding Gaza. Thank you for making some of Gaza hopeful, and you brought some smiles to the faces of my students and to their families as well. Thank you for your creative, devoted, compassionate professionalism from Porto, the team from Porto University, from Glasgow University, who all sailed together through the stormy seas and of unending challenges that Gaza students have been going through over the 2 years. You are excellent sailors in challenges and overcoming them. Yet, the team, though there are many challenges, the team never allowed the students to lose spirits or to sink. They always prove to be good listeners to students' voices, to student experiences, to students' pain, to students' daily life difficulties through using and creating several WhatsApp group and the channels, offering students psycho-educational support. I call it psycho-educational support because it's mixed education also with paying attention to the affective factors of the students, attitude, perception, motivation, feelings, emotions, pain they have been going through, plus giving them generously, professionally filmmaking skills. Third group, also let me add something for the project team from Porto, Glasgow universities. The project team have skillfully, creatively, and compassionately and humanely navigated the impossible and arrived at the shores of Palestine and Portugal, carrying not only science fiction films skills, but also sustainable skills and intercultural and multilingual skills acquired by these students from Porto and Gaza. In fact, this collaborative project success is a minaret of light calling other academics and other universities to witness, to reflect, to learn, to imitate, and to create anew. Now, let me also express my reflection and my gratitude to the students of Gaza and Porto. I feel strongly and I am confident that they will never forget, they will forever, carry the memory of the luminous intercultural triangle woven between Gaza, Porto, Glasgow. This triangle of hope, of shared humanity, of dedication, of knowledge exchange, of solidarity at a time where the whole world was almost gave the Palestinians deaf ears, blind eyes, and no support to human rights, to morality, to equity or justice. Again, these students of such collaboration between different institutions, university, from intercultural, from students from different cultures, different languages. In fact, such collaboration rekindle strong faith in the little humanity that still exists and chose justice, the team and the universities of Porto, Glasgow, IUG chose justice over silence. They chose to be positive and active, but not passive and just observing. This project becomes and will remain an insightful milestone, engraved not only into the personal, academic, and professional life of these students from both universities, as they expressed their ideas, feelings, experiences today. In fact, they were very expressive and very impressive in their messages and their experience. But this also will be documented in academic sources, journals, conferences, and more films to be made by these students, as I will mention later. Now, brief word to students of both IUG and Porto. Let's plant more seeds for more fruitful trees so we can have all harvest more sweet fruits. Let's make at least, as a plan, a suggestion, let's make at least 6 short films, more films made by these students over the next year. A dream now, but will be true. As this project was a dream and became true, and is good dream and become truth and reality as we all celebrate and feel happy. And this is, I call it, a harvest day. We harvesting the fruits that grown on the trees planted by seeds few months ago. Always remember, students, always say, yeah, we can do it. We can, we can, we can. No choice, no choice but to do and to work and to excel, not only to succeed, but to excel. Again, my reflection on this institutionalized and collaborative teamwork and institutionalized between institutions, Glasgow, Porto, IUG, have successfully built the capacity of students to carry Gaza voices and voice across the seas. A strong and loud voice, neither drones nor warplanes, nor artillery, no explosives, no bombs will never silence this and extinguish these activities. And these, your will, determination, resilience, and collaboration, and never your spirit will be broken. The spirit to be educated, the spirit to gain knowledge forever. This exemplary, sustainable partnership has kindled a bright light of hope in the middle of the darkness engulfing Gaza. Not only for these students, or their academics only, or the trainers only, and their institutions only, but also to other academic institutions and academic teams worldwide to learn lessons, to collaborate, and support each other to make life easier and happier for all mankind, for all humans, for all universities. Now let's move to another point, which are some briefly. Always we read or hear or talk about the negative sides, about the agonies and pain, which is true. But I always focus on also Gaza has a bright side. It has dark side. It has also bright side. And always I prefer to focus more on the bright side of Gaza, to give hope and to encourage and motivate. Give you 4 examples of success of how IUG succeeded over the last few months during the war and displacement, and you know the story of the agonies and pains that more than 2 million Palestinians have been going through for more than 2 years now. IUG maintains a second place ranking in Palestine and among top 5% of universities worldwide, according to Metrics July 25, just 4 months ago. This is a notable global ranking, ranking IUG as 1,359 out of over 30,000 universities worldwide, and among the best 83 universities out of 1,300 in the Arab world. This is a big success to IUG during the war. Next, IUG received accreditation and launched a bachelor program in artificial intelligence engineering starting this month. We got the accreditation from the Ministry of Education and from the quality accreditation unit at the Ministry of Education in August, and we started This 2 weeks ago, we started a new academic year, and we started this program. A third program also launched is master program in midwifery for academic year. Yes, there is a destruction, but there is a construction. Life is binaries, and life is full of binaries, and no way to surrender, and no way to give in, no way to stop education. That's not a choice. Also, we discussed several PhDs, theses in joint program between local Palestinian universities, some programs with Al-Azhar University in Gaza, some with Al-Aqsa University in Gaza, both with the Islamic University of Gaza. That's briefly. Now let's move to how. Why is first, before we go to how, why should institutionalized academic support be offered to Palestinians or to any university in times of a crisis? 4 reasons. It's a human responsibility. It's not a charity. We are not looking for a charity. We are hardworking people. We want to work hard, and we want to gain our income by hard work, by excellence. Second, it's a morality. It's a moral imperative. It's ethical duty for justice and human dignity. We are looking for dignified life through the support of people who respect and promote dignity, promote human rights, promote excellence and morality. And more than that, it's a healing and psycho-educational support. Through the projects that Gracian, Giovanna, Sahar, and all the other colleagues talked about today, I learned from my students so much. From the first session, 1.5 years ago, we had the students express that, thank you for organizing this online and Zoom session. It gave us hope. It gave us light in the darkest times of Gaza. And it offered them some psychological support through education. Because we missed lecture. I miss lecture. I miss my students. I miss meetings like these, whether online or face-to-face, in person. We miss academic life. We miss research life. We miss communicating with each other. We miss our colleagues. I haven't seen almost all of my colleagues in the department for 2 years. But when we communicate like this, you give us relief. This day I have been looking for it and waiting for it, and I'm happy for it today. You could build us hope. Last, rebuilding mutual trust. In fact, the trust in international community has been broken because of silence. Silence means complicity, and complicity means or leads to no trust. So it's imperative, it's ethical, it's a humanization, it's a humanitarian, it's building mutual trust. Priorities. What are our priorities? In Palestine, in Gaza, I can say we need everything now because everything has been destroyed from A to Z. But let me give you some priorities based on my experience and communication, etc. 1, investment in human resources. The best thing is to invest in students, academics, and researchers. Because now equipment, infrastructure, Amani talked about this, and I don't want to talk about infrastructure because it's political and it's not possible. I'll talk about possible priorities that can be done, and we have done. I participated in more than 17 initiatives during the war with international universities. Second priority is digital transformation to developing hybrid, blended online learning, and more importantly, AI-assisted learning tools and support. In this semester, I developed my training materials and my curriculum, and including included how learners first year students can use AI tools to develop their communication skills, their language skills. Third priority, and maybe the most in demand one, is freelancing and self-reliance. Through labor market oriented education, we need to develop our education to be labor market oriented, to promote digital employability skills, entrepreneurships, freelancing, and remote work opportunities to enable students and their families to earn dignified living. Fourth, inclusiveness, inclusive and accessible higher education for students with disability, assistive technology like these, because the number of disabled has been increasing rapidly during the war. According to some international statistics, reliable sources, were about 30 persons have become disabled every day, on average, every day over the 2 years. The fifth priority is rebuilding research capacities and knowledge production, to be creative, publishing, and restoring and expanding research centers and joint research and joint publication. 6, universities in Palestine have been always community-oriented universities. They are always connected to the local community, to Gaza, censoring their needs and trying to do some projects, some initiatives to meet these needs in collaboration with NGOs, international and local NGOs, and getting funds for such projects. Let's move now to more practical steps. There are 2 ways to support education in Palestine. One is no-cost initiative, volunteerism, individual institutions, and that happened. I'm talking about what happened about the 17 initiatives done. Some were no cost, some second low cost with a small budget, some could be some large, reasonably large budgets like Erasmus Plus. So what we need to do to take actions, we keep an eye on all funding opportunities and make a database of them, EU, regional, local funding opportunities. Second, projectize ideas, Palestinize them, and then we concretize them. 3, we create a consortium, a team, partnership, like what we did in this project. It involved several partners. And last, we co-prepare and submit the proposals. And definitely, if we submit several proposals, surely we will be successful in some. It's natural not to be successful in all. Now, let me just go through a list of ideas for collaboration, whether most of them could be at voluntary level, small budget, or large budget. Amani mentioned some of them, so I'll jump quickly through them very fast. Guest speaking in all fields. We host a speaker to talk to our students about something innovative, something new, something related to their interests, to their needs, skills. We host him or her 1 or twice during a semester. Students will feel not only happy about the skills they will gain, they will listen with so much admiration, with a trust. Okay, yeah, thank you. Here we have some professors are caring about us and trying to help us. There is a more purposes, hidden purposes and objective than just the skills and education. For this reason, I said psycho-academic support. To be exposed to people from different countries is helps the students to be motivated, to break the siege, and to strengthen their motivation. And I can talk one lecture about just the impact of just one session or one lecture. Second, teaching or co-teaching credited or non-accredited courses together, and this happened. No time to talk about this in details. For master or bachelor students, online training on capacity building as this project, virtual research fellowships for joint research, as done with some universities. They offered virtual research fellowships to some academics to do research on common interest topics. Working with Palestinian postgraduates as research assistant. Some students in Gaza are distinguished. They can do research as master or PhD students. Next, it's good to invite Palestinians, academics, to share their expertise and research in conferences and workshops. It's not one way, it's two-way collaboration. We have many things also to share and exchange with our colleagues and academics and with other universities. We have expertise. We have a lot of things to share, success stories to share, and we can learn from each other's. Co-presenting in conferences and events, like today, for example, co-publishing internationally, writing in blogs, magazine, newsletters, journals, books, newspaper articles, etc. Open. There are many ideas offering Palestinian academics and postgraduate students access to university e-library or portals or access to knowledge, offering honorary fellowships in different disciplines and medicine and nursing to some Palestinian academics, so they can have also the advantages and merit of this fellowship, which costs no money, as done by Glasgow to me, which I benefited a lot, at least using Zoom and email and website and so on, which cost almost nothing. Next, we can think of producing films. Today, the whole day is about films. One film about disabled students and graduates with Birmingham University in the UK, and one with Porto University, or several with Porto University. We could think of creating joint podcasts on issue of common interest. Virtual exchange and mobility, virtual. If we cannot travel now, the blessings of the internet can be made use of very well for academics, for postgraduate students, undergraduate students. Remote supervision or co-supervision and being external examiners of master and PhD students. Joint online academic activities, conferences, seminar, workshops, lectures. 16, academic capacity building programs like offering scholarships, master, PhD scholarships for displaced and refugee Palestinian graduates from Gaza. We can create and do joint blogs, portals for students, for academics, for creative writings, for real life stories, for cultural knowledge, where they can both. We can use, for example, artillery, we can use blogs, we can use Padlets, we can use other portals. We can, 18, we can collaborate in all fields, by the way, language, medicine, IT, engineering, disability and inclusive, and we'll come to this point in a minute. Midwifery, business administration, translation, interpretation, IUG, science. IUG has almost all fields. It has 11 schools or faculties in the university. Last, we are open for more, and we welcome and ready to collaborate on any other suggestions. And let me add something here as an example. One step to practicality. I know Porto University has or had some collaboration with IUG, with our university, and some of my colleagues from IUG visited Porto University, and I know that Porto University has inclusive education center, inclusive support center called an AI. It would be good to make use of this, and I will say how. And also could be good to work on psychology with the faculty of science, of your education sciences, on mental health, and we have programs of bachelor, master, and PhD in psychology, in mental health, and education sciences. Time now is ripe to apply to Erasmus Plus projects. We can start thinking of thinking of ideas, brainstorming. We can start and we put a plan, on time a plan, and can work. We can also work on something also supported by EU called TAM, Technical Assistant Mission, or any other funding opportunities. Conclusions and recommendations briefly. Higher education first must be inclusive. I've been involved in several projects. In one project that you saw, the film on disability under siege with Birmingham University, and now our morality is imperative on us to work for these disabled people, students who are forgotten and ignored. So no student should be left behind. Second, any ideas, any support should be in consultation with Palestinian academics. Nothing about us without us. Nothing about disabled persons without them and involving them. 3, let the Palestinian lead. We can lead. We can think. We know. We have been learning so much from Corona, and even before the COVID-19, during the incursions, the previous wars, and this terrible war that have taught us so many lessons to be creative, innovative, and to collaborate with others. Last, we want to be supported to have academic agency of Palestinian universities in Gaza. We need, so we can continue providing context-based education, sustain education, and uphold Palestinian identity despite severe destruction and attempts to erase it, because universities have been attacked in the first 5 days of the war, and in the last 5 days of the war completed the destruction. Conclusions. No gain without pain. But in this project, your support transform pains into gains. The students were in pain, but now they feel they are in gain, and they have gains. So no gains without pain. We reverse it in Palestine. We reverse it in collaboration with people like you, with academics, with universities, trying to support education in times of crisis. Hand in hand, we can make a difference, and not a difference. In Palestine, we can make a big difference. 3, little drops of water or little drops of skills here and there make the mighty ocean, and the mighty ocean is the quality education. Thank you, and proud of you.
Thank you so much, Nazmi. Very inspiring indeed for sharing all these thoughts. And that I would say it's a true call to action. There's no excuse to look away. And you have such a constructive way of thinking about such a negative and devastated reality. It's very inspiring. Thank you so much. Please don't leave, because maybe you'll have some questions at the end.
Thank you. I'm sorry for taking longer than I was expecting.
No. I appreciate it, and I'm in charge of this table, so thank you so much. But now we will proceed with Guilherme Silva. He is in the final year of degree in languages, literature and culture at FPCEUP, that is Faculty of Arts and Humanities at the University of Porto. He participated in the Lines of To the Future and was a major contributor to both the report and the films. So thank you so much, and just...
Thank you. So I wrote a little speech, and I will read it, if that's okay. So first of all, I have a confession to make. I didn't think it would be this hard to actually write this speech. Yeah, trying to say in a few minutes something meaningful that could encapsulate everyone and everything that happened since last March for me seemed impossible. So I decided to start with these 3 words: beautiful and horrible and sad. I thought that if I said these 3 words, only these 3 words, then maybe I'd be able to deliver a message that would last. Beautiful and horrible and sad. I'm glad to say that everyone I've met in my whole life is mostly beautiful and sad. And the people I met through this project, especially the students in Gaza and the organizers, have taught me a great deal about being beautiful despite all that's horrible and sad. But after this, more words kept coming to mind, especially gentleness and tenderness. And when thinking about this project, tenderness is an inherent part of its beauty for me. You might wonder, not you, but you might wonder, how tenderness, how gentleness can have anything to do with making short movies. And I will have to quote a poet that I really like, Richard Sykin, because he explains it way better than I ever could. But basically, the students from Gaza and the organizers always had a gentleness that comes not from the absence of violence, but despite the abundance of it. Beautiful and tender and horrible and sad. Taqwa, she was mentioned before. She's a student and a Palestinian poet. She started addressing Damien, our teacher, as kind Damien instead of Dr. Damien. And I thought that was kind of her. And these small gestures of kindness are often the most meaningful because they often go unseen. And when I think about this, an image always comes to mind. I imagine a field, but it's been dug up everywhere. It's muddy, there are trenches everywhere. It's raining water, bullets, and bombs. There are people running, some screaming, some no longer screaming. And right in the middle of it, there's a flower blooming. I've asked myself this multiple times. How can someone be living under so much pressure and so much fear? How can they still find it in themselves to be so kind? And I don't have an answer yet, but I am closer to it thanks to this project. There was also a very brief exchange with Hala, she was also mentioned before, in the group chat with everyone, that left a mark so big on me that I still think about it to this day. Basically, people were thinking about the word soldat and trying to define it. That was when Hala told me it was very important for her to be able to describe her feelings clearly because, and I quote, "I feel responsible for everything I experience." I found this so touching because we are so often prone to blaming everything and everyone else but us. And there was someone in a horrible situation that was in no way her fault, and she still felt responsible for those experiences. Responsible for feeling and for living them, responsible for processing them and for describing them in writing. I can confidently say that some of the strongest people I met in this project. I could also talk about the friendships I made with Rahad. I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce the name any better. And with Osama, but I wouldn't have enough time to do that. So, as I said before, we are all beautiful and horrible and sad. I like to think that mostly beauty and sadness fight each other inside us, while the horrible stays hidden. But why then do we have this tendency to be horrible collectively? And it is important for me to remind you that violence is horrible. We all know that. But so is indifference. And I think this partially empty room speaks volumes. Beautiful and tender and horrible and sad. In essence, thank you every student in Gaza and every student in general in the project for proving that beauty can win and can outlast the horrible. And lastly, thank you everyone that organized this project for showing us that we don't have to be horrible, for showing us that beauty is a choice. Thank you.
Thank you, Guilherme, and thank you for sharing this experience that you have here. I don't know if you are going to continue this process. You are in the final year, but anyway, it's overwhelming what you are saying here. Actually, I'm learning a lot, so I'm very pleased that you are sharing that with us, and all the skills. The transversal skills that you learn from this is not really the academic content but the transversal skills about generosity, solidarity, the respect for safety and equality, and it's so inspiring anyway. So let's proceed. Thank you so much, Guilherme. Let's proceed with Artur Pereira, a student of biology at the Faculty of Sciences in the University of Porto, and a member of the Porto Students in Defense for Palestine. Thank you so much for coming.
Hello everyone, thank you for the invite. It's an honor to be here in the representation of the students of Porto in defense of Palestine, here with representatives of the universities of Glasgow and Edinburgh. Your universities and the movement of students there are an example for us, and we also call that out. With that said, I would like to call out also that here the usage of the word war was really used here this day to describe the situation, and it's not a war, it's a genocide that is happening. Israel is a colonial project founded by the Union Europe. So with that said, it seems to us, I'm going to speak on behalf of the students of Porto in defense of Palestine. And with that said, seems to us that here today, we discussed today that how we can do charity for Palestine. And just like Nazmi said, they don't need our charity. They need us to fight. So thank you, Pedro, to finally call that out. So we also, of course, want this academic, we want the University of Porto to show solidarity with Palestinian universities. But we fight claiming as well we want the University of Porto to publicly condemn the genocide that is happening. We want this institution to pressure the state and the EU to break the complicity with Israel. We also want the recognition of the right of the Palestinian people to self-determination and their return to their land, all of their land. Also, we want the immediate end of all partnerships with Israeli institutions. I'd like to say that the solidarity with the Palestinian universities are with more than just Gaza University. Cisjordania still exists, and it's important to call that out here. So we basically claim that with a lot of actions, with a lot of benefits and solidarity markets for Palestinian people. We also do flyer distribution, we do sensibilization, we clarify what is happening, and we try to call out for people's action. That's what we need. We need to fight, and for that we do assentadas and ocupas. Also, we tried to talk with the rector of this university. And when we call out for the end of the partnerships that the University of Porto has with the Israeli institutions, we understand that it's all inside a project called the Horizon. And to break all of that, you wouldn't necessarily, the university would have to get out of that program, and we understand that's a little bit undoing. But there are two institutions, the Inishktek and INEGI, that have direct partnerships with Israelis armamentist companies, and that is totally unacceptable. With that, those institutions and those projects are all in the Horizon project that is founded by the EU, and I also want to call out a little bit of the hypocrisy that we are talking here right now with the UE flag there. With that, well, we talked with the rector, and he always says that he has no power, it's always passing responsibilities, and then we go to the directions of the faculties, and that they don't have responsibilities, and no one has responsibility for absolutely anything. He also said that we have a lot to learn with the Israelis, that they know a lot about a lot of things, and doesn't know or doesn't care how they know a lot. For example, in microbiology, how they know a lot about, for example, virus. Well, they don't care. Also, the usage of the words to describe what is happening, like conflict, war, and calling us liars when we, for example, we expose and we did our research on all of the partnerships that the University of Porto has with Israeli corporations, and he always says that we are liars. We present the papers, we present the proof, but yeah. Also, there is no call for the end of the Israeli participation in the Project Horizon, and he doesn't recognize that moving money inside that project is moving money to Israeli. The same goes to EU. With that, he doesn't do that. We understand that he cares a lot about the appearances, and so he talks about bringing students from Gaza to Porto without mentioning the dangers of crossing the border, without mentioning and without caring if they will ever go back home, if there will be a home, without mentioning Cisjordania, and without caring if the technologies that the University of Porto is helping to develop will kill their family and friends. With that, our resistance is made in the streets, and our biggest movement was Ocupa in the Faculty of Science in the University of Porto. It lasted 6 days. We were 6 days occupying the gardens of those faculties. There was a place, and we built a community for the divulgation of Palestinian culture, their fight, and their history. What happened there was an example of community life in a participative assembly model, and it was all horizontally. Well, we met with the director of FPCEUP, and we were treated politely, just like when we met with the rector. And we were basically, well, she said that, well, she asked us why were we in that faculty, and we explained that the projects that faculty had with Israel's corporations. And she looked at us and said, oh yeah, there is more that you don't know. and then proceeded to call the police on us. So when people don't care about your reivindications and they even like, do what she did and then they call the police on you, what you do is that you escalate the situation. So we went inside the university and we barricaded ourselves. With that, televisions were all there in the noble horario, the schedule, the novel schedule, and we raised a lot of awareness to the Palestinian cause and our fight and what we can do. With that said, so the rector basically cares a lot about the appearances, and the Okupa had an effect in that. So basically, we cannot be taken seriously by the rector. So we call out here to organize a group of UP members to try to be taken more seriously and more seriously, and to take these claims that we have and try to make them come true. We want also to know more that we don't know, and to help us also to pressure the associations of students, because it's been difficult to that. Also, we call out for the members of this faculty to call out other faculties, more directly the engineering faculty that has those two corporations that I've talked earlier, and the science faculty to organize there a movement of professors and other people that work there, just like we are trying to do with the students. Also, we believe that we should discuss a change of strategy according to the new neo-colonial plan that was approved by the ONU. So, for example, here we talked about how to make partnerships with universities in Gaza, and we talked about talking with the Minister of Education and those people in higher places. Well, now we know that those people will just be puppets of the EU, USA, to make the project, the colonial project that Israel is, true. So we believe we have to change also the strategy and our rhetoric. And with that, I leave here an urgent call for organization and for your help, because it's been difficult, and in difficult times is where we have to give the hand to one another. So as the University of Porto community, I make that appeal, and that's all.
Thank you, Artur, and thank you for representing here the students in defense of Palestine. Very important, a very important cause, indeed, and we are trying all to fight in a complementary way. Of course, we are still few, but anyway, let's try to make this stronger cause. We have some time. Well, we don't have some time. We don't have time. But anyway, I think we should have some time for questions. If you have, yes. Hi.
And then also I would like to greet everyone for the work, particularly the cinematographic work, and I think that that's a very beautiful and different and academic approach to our need for support. And I think we have to be, as you said, doing things in a complementary way and joining efforts, because I know we all feel sometimes alone in this struggle, in the struggle for peace, not only for Palestine, but in other wars and in this genocide, we feel sometimes powerless. But the power is in having these discussions and having these joint efforts. I would just like to thank everyone again and saying that I'm hoping to also help this work that has been done promoting in other places. I'm also from the Portuguese Council of Peace, and so I would like to share to you that a very important struggle demonstration is going to take place 29th of November, and I invite everyone. Now, if you don't know anyone, you have a known face now. I'm Francisca. And there is going to be a demonstration in Porto and in Lisbon. And we are not alone. I want to say that a big association of people is going to be there, and we are talking about big unions. So the workers also are joining this, not just now, but also now. And this is important. Academia is not alone, but we have the workers also, and I think we have to keep finding out ways in our fields to join also in academic work these lines of support and of giving hope and spaces of fighting, other spaces of fighting. This is very important, and I hope I'll be involved in the future also. Thank you.
Yes, totally, and our fight is on the streets. And with that, I call for every student here to join us, our movement. You can find us on Instagram or talk with any of us. There are other members here. And to make an appeal to everyone here to go to the vigil. There is a vigil for Palestine every day in Porto, in Aliados, at 9 p.m. So join, because our fight is there, is on the street with the workers, and that's all. As well.
Thank you. Yes, please. It's another question.
Está ligado. Good afternoon. First of all, I want to congratulate the Faculty of Psychology and Education Science for this event. I think the high school and the university has responsibility a role to play about all that is happening around us, near or far away, but we live in this planet, so we have a special role to play while we are living here. And we also have some privilege because we are a country that here, because of the geopolitical issues, we are in fact in peace, so we are we have a lot of responsibility to do something. So the question is, it's not a question, is in fact a response for the challenge and the demand that was made. Because I work in art school, I work in ESAD, Art and Design School from Matosinhos. And as I noticed in the morning, the Investigation Center of Education Sciences announced and very well scholarship, and I would like to say that Azad is also available to do something for a student or maybe more from Palestine. We are here to give hands and not leave anyone behind. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yes.
I'm not sure if Professor Nazmi is still... Are you still there, Professor Nazmi? Because
Yes.
I just wanted to... Yes.
I'm always with you.
Let me say, I'll just... well, thank you very much for sharing. Thank you very much for all of you, and thank you particularly you to share everything that you shared, and actually just to let you know how inspiring your words were. I mean, for me, I guess for everyone in the room, for your actually courage and positivity, because you talked about the future. And I just want to say that this morning I asked what can we do to help as an institution, and you actually responded, and I'm not even sure where to start. But of course there's a lot of possibilities, and I just want to say that as the Dean of the Faculty of Psychology and Education Sciences, we are very willing to partner with you and see what we can do to help. So I would say that we could, if you wish, we could establish or even a meeting together and discuss in more detail how we can be of help for you, including the Glasgow University. The network is already here, and I'm very grateful for everything that you've done, and Porto University, Damon Ross, and all the colleagues who are here. So just to make sure that we are here, and we are ready to help in the ways that we can, and that makes sense for you. So that's the message. Thank you.
Can I just respond? Can I just respond in a comment? Can I respond in a comment,
Yes,
please?
yes.
I would like to thank you for this kind response and positive response to collaborate. In brief, I don't extend my hand, I extend both hands to collaborate with you. And ready, always, and from today, to start collaborating for the sake of education, for the sake of students, and as you said, for the sake of the future of our children and our students. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. I think this is the perfect conclusion of this roundtable. So I think we should proceed with Sophia. Thank you so much, all, and for the testimony. Thank you, Nazmi. Bye.
Thank you all.
Okay, sim, pois, microfone.
Começar? So I'm having signs to start this last moment, this last session, which is to make more or less a summary of what happened today. Of course, that is very difficult to summarize what we saw this afternoon. I wasn't here in the morning, but I'm going to make a small remark to a session in the morning and picking up in what my colleagues that were here today. As I was saying, this is not very easy to summarize, so apologies if I'm going to mix a few things. So let's see. So this is my perception of what I see today here. It's about, and what I saw, it's about closing doors and windows of our homes, and our screens doesn't make things disappear. And we saw in the movies a lot of images of doors and windows, and the images of what is happening in Gaza, they were still there. So as we often feel that we can't do anything, who are we to do anything? This session is a proof that we can do something. Putting together 50 students and a team of teachers and other professionals from different places around the world and around a common project results from a strong intention, a strong purpose of being stubborn and keep open doors and windows. It was written that the project heart was the WhatsApp, and I understand because it was a means of communication and sharing. But this project, described as more than a project, showed that there is a global pulse and one common story. We could see today what a project, a simple project, which is not so simple, can do. But this is one project. Can we imagine what we can do? So this project is mostly, from what I understood, around kindness and also gentleness and tenderness, as we heard today, in many forms, namely imagining possibilities. What if? That was a question that we often saw it today. So what if is what it takes to start. So there is no place for anonymity. What was shared today shows that there are written voices saying that there are lives worth living and there are also bright sides. The news that we heard often create narratives and a sense of distance and disengagement, and of course that we are bombed with images. Well, particularly I have been seeing similar images since the 80s, and this kind of familiarity with the suffering and with the horrible makes that image just one more. But then we see words and voices that need to convince us that they are people, and then we realize that the war is just one expression of several complex and silent fights. So the transitions from the feeling of hopeless and of having nothing to offer, these transitions needs to be done to the interrogation about what if, again. Or as Matilda said, how can we? So how can we is also a question to us as individuals, but also as part of institutions, and particularly to the institutions we belong to, such as the academia. So the questions transforms into how not to be involved, as some other person asked, followed by the other questions, why the silence? Let's see, I imagine some people ask, let's see if closing doors, windows, screens, ignoring initiatives, movements makes all of this go away. I was inspired by Nazmi also when he wrote, may our spirits never sink in these dark times that we are living. So I would like to make a remark about three things that are more factual. One is, as a teacher also in this faculty, it's about the impact of this experience, particularly for students that were involved, and we heard a lot about we heard their testimony about their experience. But I think the impact of this experience is still to come. Pedagogically, as teachers, we never know the full scale of impact of what we do. Another remark is about this morning session, and I understand that there were presentations about PhD theses that are being developed about what is happening in Gaza, but also make me reflect about the challenges of developing this research. And as a teacher of methodology, of research methodologies, I understand this also a challenge to methods, to research designs, and that they need to be flexible to be able to account for something that is worthy to be accounted, and also make me reflect about the challenges to methods that these researchers needs to make in order to do their research. And the third remark is about the digital. We know that there is also darkness in the digital world, but what we saw today is about the possibilities that the digital, the internet, makes possible, not only about how the project developed, but also future collaborations. So in the end, and I am finishing, what I feel is that our work is not done. So as we saw from this last session, and what the people here mentioned is that this is just an impulse to continue. And we understand that there is a lot to be done. These sessions means also a responsibility to all of us, here and outside our faculty, and outside this session and this event. So what can we do next? And we have a lot of ideas. We saw a lot of ideas of how can we keep going. So recently, someone told me that the university is not a place for activism. Today, we put to be different, and that we disagree with that statement. So a word to the students and to all of us. As you know, we are going to have elections next year for the rectory. And as you know, there are public auditions. And you can send questions to the election committee, questions that you want to make to the candidates. So I would like to invite you to participate that way and ask the hard questions to the candidates that want to be in the rectory for the next 4 years. So that is the place to ask the questions to the candidates that will be publicly talking about their projects to the university. So finally, I would like to thank all the people involved, and particularly to Tiago Freires, Marta Sampaio, Dalila Coelho, Catarina Carvalho, and Damien Ross, that were the group that was actually, with the working hard to put this day together. Of course, a big thank you to all the participants, all the people that accepted the invitation, and to my faculty that also deserves, because open doors to this event to take place today. So, thank you.